7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman named Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and it's a program that solicits, nay, needs your involvement for lack of quality by the people hosting the program. 314-399-9646 is how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Tuesday, historically, Doug, you always want phone calls from the listeners.
Well, I guess.
314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. And then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and talk it over. Open up your YouTube app, subscribe to the TMA STL channel, and now you're in there talking it over with the likes of Martin's Wildcat Agenda, Columbia Joe 13, Spicy So, Jake in St. Genevieve, Jackson's Stadium Buddy? Who Jackson's? Is that Mark?
No. The guy you sat next to at the...
No, I think a Stadium Buddy is like some sort of bag that you would use connected to your bladder so that you wouldn't have to leave your seat.
That's called a Stadium Buddy?
It's a borderline catheter.
But not for health
Borderline
reasons.
catheter.
I don't know
Lazy
if you
reasons.
have a borderline catheter. It either is or it isn't.
You don't think it's like sort of pregnant, it's like
You're right. It's not like that.
it's got to be binary. All right, that's a catheter.
I don't know if the Stiefel dossier is public unless John Scores, who I think is a TMA listener of the month, if memory serves.
Yeah.
If he isn't, he should be. But he just said in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Coach Schertz and Robbie Avila on the show today, I thought the Stiefel dossier was proprietary. Candidly, I thought it was classified. But maybe when you win the TMA Listener of the Month, you get the Stiefel dossier sent to you. But John Scores is correct in studio in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Friend of the program, potential co-host, Billiken head coach Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila joining him as well. Martin, big doings.
I did send out a TMA alert. I had a little free time last night at the 2 Fox because there wasn't a whole lot of news going on because of the ball. So I did send out a TMA alert. The coach
That was a 2 Fox game?
last night. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
You have to stay up to
We
the end of
pulled
the
Did you have to stay there?
I left at about 12:15 because the cutoff for news was 12:30. So once it went to I forget now if it was the 12th or the 13th, but once it went to a new inning, they knew it was going to be another 20, 30 minutes, and that was it. So I think it ended a little before 2 St. Louis time. I did not. So a little before 3 Toronto time. I think I left. Yeah, I think I on my phone I tuned in till about the 14th, and then I'm good.
At least they called it off. I remember the days when no matter how late it went, you still had to do that late broadcast.
Oh, you mean the news? I think that they called
news.
the game off.
No,
Like
they
that's
called
it.
off
That's
the
enough.
news.
Yes, there's a cutoff because I think they're paying overtime and it's pointless. You know, if nobody's. I wonder how many people actually stayed up and watched the game.
I woke up this morning and I began to scroll through TikTok to find what are these neckbeards in the foliage you call them that I send you audio of?
Those guys, yeah.
That's my algorithm.
Those guys.
And Martin, so help me. I got through a couple of neckbeards and I saw Freddie Freeman walk-off home run to win the World Series. And I thought, I don't know why this is in my algorithm from last year when he won with the game against the Yankees. I had no idea what had taken place. None.
6 hours, 39 minutes, and surprisingly, it tied for the longest World Series game.
With the Dodgers and Red Sox of 2018 Game 3, the only game that the Dodgers won. Doug, was that Max Muncy with the home run?
Probably. I don't remember.
Be nice to do show prep, man.
He was 0 for 7 last night.
Is there a point when they would have called? If the 27th inning, the 28th inning, and it's 5 a.m., do they just keep going?
Keep going.
Yeah.
Producer Dave kept saying, Mary Hart's still there.
She was. I saw
Mary
her.
Hart's still there. Sandy Koufax was in the clubhouse after. Now,
Doug met him at the bread company off of PGA in Palm Beach Gardens.
I sure did.
and you said, drop the hoagie, old man, let's go.
I didn't say that. No. I was too starstruck to say anything to him. I just saw him.
Got to be right at 90.
Jake in St. Genevieve says, I got to admit, I didn't watch a pitch. Yeah, I had no idea. I was looking forward to, I guess, but that's on a scale of 1 to 10, a 1, looking at the score app and seeing who won. And then when I saw it on my neckbeards and foliage algorithm, I thought, I got to watch SportsCenter. Scott Van Pelt SportsCenter, which I thoroughly enjoy, was live from Arrowhead following our Chiefs victory last night. And the game was still going on, so he and Stanford Steve could only do bad beats. They couldn't even talk about the World Series game. And then Ryan Clark, I see him, and I fast forward just like the
Did
two
not
guys.
have the brooch on last night? I don't think he had the brooch.
Yeah, he was dressed in red. He's on him. I see him. I fast forward just like the two guys who touch each other in the morning on SportsCenter that are on right now.
Is that in the first segment, or is that later in the show? They usually tease ahead.
I'm in awe of it. But fortunately, Nicole Briscoe, I'm a Nicole Briscoe lemming, and is that Stan Verrett who was with her? Either way, I was going, I can't wait to watch SportsCenter, and it's a non-Scott Van Pelt SportsCenter. Hopefully the two guys who touch each other aren't on.
Oh.
And sure enough, Doug, they weren't. And SportsCenter, it was like the mid-1990s. It was valuable again. It had a material impact, and I salved in. And they didn't even talk about the NFL and Monday Night Football, which was on their airways for the first, 20 minutes, because you had what was an all-time classic in the World Series.
Shohei Ohtani hit 2 doubles, 2 home runs, and then they just started putting them on.
9 times on base.
5 walks. So give it, there's 4. Hold up 4 finger. Put him on.
And you're doing that to face Mookie Betts.
Yes.
But you have no choice. Ohtani's having an unreal postseason. I think he's at 8 home runs now. They may just start walking him every single time.
Yeah, why not?
And he's pitching tonight. Oh, by the way, he's the starting pitcher for Game
Probably
4.
throw a perfect game.
There were a lot of
He
key
is something.
moments in the game. Actually, Ohtani was out stealing. That was a big moment.
Yeah. I think he was safe, and when he came off the
Yep.
bag, that's when he was out. You agree
Yeah.
with that?
They said that's why, and they were telling the youngsters at home, that's why you always hold the ball and keep that tag on them, because you never know when they're going to pop off the bag. There was a big play in the 10th. Blue Jays now 2 outs. You want to be aggressive. They sent the runner out at the plate by a mile, and on deck was Vlad Guerrero. So I think you have to keep that, have to factor that in. They also pulled Bo Bichette early in the game for a pinch runner. Now, he's been injured. Okay, you can do that. Now, Kirk, their catcher, one of their best hitters, they also took him out for a pinch runner. And we've seen that with Cardinal games when they do a defensive replacement, and then that bat's gone for the next 3-4 innings when you end up in extra innings. But
In this case, the bat was gone for another 9 innings.
yes, unreal.
Yeah. Tommy Edman made a couple of good defensive plays. Made a bad one early but then made up for it with 2 good throws.
Here is the call of something that I would imagine. What do you think, Doug? I'll say 7% of our audience saw live. That might be high.
Go under.
You going under?
Yeah,
As I said it, I thought, you know what? I think I gave value to the sports bettors.
The whole game or just part of the game?
The
Well, I
ending,
saw this
the ending.
play live.
Oh, yeah.
which I believe would have been about 150.
Wow, is that right? 150
Well,
St. Louis
the
time?
game was 6 hours, 39 minutes. So if it starts at about 7:10, you're at about 150.
All right, here it is.
Los Angeles. Thurman sends a fly ball to center field. Varsho's going back before the clock strikes midnight. Thurman has ended it. It's a repeat hero with the last word on a Game 3 classic.
Yeah, you can hear him say just before midnight. So that would be
Just before 2 our
here,
time.
right.
How about that?
That's crazy.
Yeah, for the LA fans, it wasn't that unreasonable. You know, it was getting later. It's like, it's only 10 o'clock their time, 11 o'clock their time.
Boy, that West Coast does seem like the best for sports viewing.
So you're saying West Coast, the best coast? Who said that? Pac or Dre in California?
I don't know who said it. But the East Coast would be the worst because it was almost 3 in the morning when the game
Yeah,
ended.
well, especially
So
for guys like
handsome reward for Blue Jays fans.
us. Yeah, it's stay up till 2 in the morning, and there's 3 in the morning.
Yeah, 3 in the morning, and your bullpen is vanquished. And good news, Shohei Ohtani, who had 9 appearances on the base paths last night, he starts Game 4 this evening for the Dodgers.
And I guess he's his own DH, too, obviously. Right? That's nice.
I was thinking about
That's Doug Vaughn said this morning on the morning after Shohei Ohtani. That's nice.
the Blues players leaving Pittsburgh, and there's just a TV on somewhere in the arena, like, oh, the World Series is going on. Oh, look at that, Dodgers and Blue Jays. Then they land, then they get home, and it's like, well, that game is still on. We just flew home from Pittsburgh.
Ohtani is like the player you would draw up if you had an AI baseball
It's a
player.
video game. It's like a video
Yeah,
game.
he's the perfect size. He throws 100 miles an hour. He hits the ball 500 feet, and he's the fastest guy on the field.
Yep.
when he hit the home run to tie it, the thing that amazes me, and Fox is great at taking you to the game. I think they invented the overly tight shot of the fan worrying nervously. They zoom in to their nostrils. But they follow a ton. He's in the dugout, and there's like a camera a foot away from him. He's over at the cooler. He turns around. He's talking to a coach. And the camera literally is just following his every move.
And it's a guy. It's not a camera coming from inside the stadium 100 feet away.
Somebody following. I would just think that would be unnerving. Like, can you imagine Scott Rowland, who didn't enjoy doing interviews because he said, I just don't like the camera. Can you imagine if the camera just
it is a little invasive. It gets invasive at times.
It was unbelievable. For about the next 2 minutes after he homered, you saw his every step.
It's also weird if you're a fan in the stadium and a guy hits a home run and now a cameraman runs out on the field and he's following the guy around the bases. That's a little awkward too, I think. The shot looks great on TV, but it just seems a little off.
It was a good call by Joe Davis, but I was wondering if he wanted to channel Joe Bucket, say, and we will see you tonight instead of tomorrow night. What a game. Doug, I'm glad you stayed up and watched. Thank you for doing that.
I stayed up until about 1:30 and then I dozed off.
Did you really?
Did you really?
1:30?
You stayed up the whole time?
I'm sorry, I did not. About 11:30. About 11:30.
You got that from Arch? Yes. Arch told you that?
No.
11:30.
That's a pretty good commitment.
I meant to say 11:30. 1:30 came out.
I woke up to pee, and I basically ended up watching a whole game. Smith and Hernandez both almost ended it, and Smith even did a bit of a bat flip, but it was warning track power. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. So he woke up, and he got to see the festivities. The Warson Woods Wacko is active this morning. The MLB is still going on? By the way, Stadium Buddy is a guy sitting on his buddy, and both have crotchless britches on.
Oh.
That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, so he's familiar with this
he
Stadium
says
Buddy?
Something different than what Jackson said it was.
Jackson says it's basically a catheter.
Yeah, that's what I've always thought it was. I don't know. It might be
How many people bring a catheter to the stadium unless you absolutely have to?
Well, like real people just watching ball. You know, they don't want to waste time at the bathroom.
Oh, come on. So you'd wear a catheter?
I would.
Have you ever had a catheter?
No.
It's not something you would put in to save yourself 2 minutes.
I would agree. Well, maybe it's like an external thing.
Doug,
It's both external and internal.
Ooh,
Very much
warning.
internal.
7. Oh, no, they're not happy.
Oh, no.
No, they're not. Not at 7:12. They can't be unhappy at 7:12, can they? Yes, they can. 7:10, a Blues reference, but still no conversation about them. Doug, you had one of the greatest World Series games played last night, but they are not happy. That comes from Some Call Me Pat, because you have not talked about the St. Louis Blues
Oh,
yet.
well, we'll get there. We'll get there.
It's a 4-hour show.
Push up on my wife, she bad. It's just the game, right?
Yeah.
That's what they do.
There's head coach of Syracuse, Fran Brown, with his thoughts on it. 1 minute
watch
into the
the
game,
Blues.
I did as well, too. They were down 2-0. I was texting with that nonling left and right. We certainly will get into that situation, because sweet mother of mercy, around these parts, Doug, winter has arrived early.
Yes.
I mean, holy crap.
It was about 6 o'clock, and I said, "Oh, the Blues are on.
That's right.
They just got started." I turned. I said, "Oh, I'm gonna see the whole thing." Turned it on. They were behind 2-0, 55 seconds in. What in the world? There are slow starts, and then there are 2 goals in 55 seconds.
Well, you got
slow.
a Joel Hofer situation. I mean, it was already there, and we mentioned when Jeremy Rutherford told us that Hofer was going to be starting. Chris Kerber said it as well, that, okay, this will be something to keep an eye on. It was scheduled because the Blues had the back-to-backs tonight after following last night's game, and you're wondering how mental the situation is. Maybe he had gotten right, and then when you see 2-0 in 57 seconds, you're going, oh boy, they got a real situation with their backup goaltender.
They've given up 19 goals in the last 3 games.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying the defense is horrible. They've lost 5 out of 6, and in 4 of those games, they've given up 6 goals or more. I mean, that's really awful.
Montgomery's going to get whacked. That's from Eric in the Central West End. I would respectfully bet against that.
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere.
Glory, Gloria.
They're singing much Gloria this year. Holy smoke. I don't think anybody saw this coming either.
Hell no.
People had high hopes for the Blues this year.
It's interesting, nationally, they weren't that high on this team, and Montgomery pointed that out during the preseason. said, hey, I've been noticing around the country, they're not picking us to do much. They don't think much of us. And now you start to wonder, maybe the pundits had a little read on this team. But you still look at the talent that's there. It is it's shocking, not only that they're losing games, but that they're just getting skull pounded early in the games. And they keep saying it. Every player after the game will say, well, we just got to be ready to start on time. We got to be ready to. I don't know how you wouldn't be ready.
Yeah.
It's clearly a collective thing. And you get goals from Joseph and Bukestad. You'd think that's a bonus. And still, it really was a Sid Crosby story last night. So Vitale on the call probably had to be a little careful. He didn't get too excited about his buddy, who got his 1700th career point, a couple of assists and a goal. But tonight, Doug, right back at it. You wanted to fly home from Pittsburgh and play Detroit, the team you just melted down against tonight. You wanted to do that tonight?
Yes.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, good.
Hockey tonight.
Here is Jim Montgomery's, as Jackson describes it, short but telling answer following last night's loss.
This is about if there was high intensity checking during the game.
Okay.
No, not even close.
Okay, that's that.
That was a nice edit there, Papis.
Thanks.
You see, the fan fell out of the upper deck at the game, too.
And they asked Montgomery about it. It was very awkward because I don't think he had any knowledge, nor would he. It was a little bit like Matheny being asked about the fire at the end of the dugout, or was it Skipper?
That was the skipper.
The third major fall this year at the Pittsburgh Sporting Venue.
And you can just see Monty, he thought he was done with the postgame. He can get real brief when he wants to just get it over with. But somebody off to the side said something. He said, what's that? Oh, wow, okay. Well, thoughts and prayers. Like, he had what's he supposed to say?
They asked Crosby about it, too. He also said the same thing. He's like, well, I was playing. Don't really know.
I would say at least Crosby, Pittsburgh guy. Like, you're a human being. You care about people altogether. But the visiting coach just got his ass kicked. Like, hey, what about the guy falling? I'm sorry? How would he know?
A fan is quoted in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch article, which I believe they got from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, properly attributing, quote, he was just coming down the stairs and then he lost his balance. That comes from a fan in the game. His name's Sam Dance, who was sitting at the top of section 234. At first, I thought he was just having a joke because it was relatively slow, but he missed 2 or 3 steps in a row where he looked unbalanced, and all of a sudden he was on the glass, sort of balanced for like a half second. It was sort of like, is he going to go over or not? It was a split second, and then he just fell. The incident occurred about 7:15 p.m. Eastern after Anthony Mantha put the Penguins ahead 2-0 in the first minute of the game. One fan close to where the man went over the glass told the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette he, quote, cartwheeled right over the railing. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
And it was the Pirates game where the guy fell in right field. Remember that?
That's
That
right.
was horrific looking.
When you fall out of the upper deck in an arena, you also worry about falling on top of someone down below you.
Right.
But I guess that didn't happen at least.
The person did hit somebody.
Oh, he did?
Yes, that's correct.
And it injured that person as well?
The person was fine and declined to be taken to the hospital. So the way it's described is he stumbled down several stairs between sections 201 and 234 as he approached the bottom of the section before falling and tumbling head first over the glass. Pittsburgh Police Commander Jeff Abram told the Post-Gazette the fan fell into the suite level, hit another person who declined to be taken to the hospital. The fan then dropped another level into the walkway between the FNB Club and Section 122. So he hit and then fell another level. He is in critical condition per the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
And the game went on uninterrupted. I guess they had no idea it happened.
Matt is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines and wants to talk about it. Matt, good morning. You're on with Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
That's exciting. Good morning. I couldn't make it the whole extra inning. They start the guy on second in the postseason too, correct?
No.
Extras?
They do not.
They do not. Okay. Well, that kind of defeated my question. I was curious if anyone laid a bunt down, but if you don't get a guy on second, doesn't really matter. So.
Okay. Good call anyway.
Don't be a stranger.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt.
Still a great night.
I appreciate that they do not have that rule in extra innings. Personally, I am waiting for the moment when I believe all hell will break loose when a college football playoff game is decided by the most asinine rule in all of sport in North America, and that is you go to the second overtime and you have to go for the 2-point conversion. But after that, then they just line up for 2-point conversions back and forth, and that will determine the winner of the national champion. That is what I am hoping
It's
for.
so dumb. It's so dumb.
But I don't think most people know about it. That's why anytime you're watching an ESPN or ABC game, before they start overtime, they have Reese Davis, a recording of Reese Davis, come on and explain the rules.
Yeah.
That starting in the second overtime, there will be no extra point. There will be 2-point conversions, which happened in Missouri-Auburn. Auburn never got the opportunity. Missouri missed theirs. And then in the third overtime, then it's just a 2-point conversion back and forth. And if that were to happen in a college football playoff game, I believe it would be the end of that rule because there would be such an outcry that they would end it. At the very least in the college football playoff, like baseball gets rid of the runner on second in the postseason.
Agreed. And the Reese Davis thing they play, that recording they played before, is like the little DNA thing in Jurassic Park explaining how they get the dinosaur DNA. It's very goofy, and no one ever pays attention. And I was with buddies during the Auburn game, and I was like, all right, we got to go for 2 here at the second overtime. They're like, no, you idiot. You can't go. Why would you go for 2?
Why did Mark chirp you like that?
I was like, that's not, you have to. You clearly weren't paying attention to the Reese Davis symposium before.
And did they say it reminds me of Jurassic Park when they play that clip?
That's what it reminds me of. It's my favorite scene in Jurassic Park.
What was it?
Yeah.
What's your favorite scene in Jurassic Park?
The little DNA
So
piece.
many great moments from Jeff Goldblum.
I guess when they get chased by the dinosaur.
I kind of like when Newman's in the woods. It's so scary. When you just hears things.
Wayne Knight.
Wayne Knight. And there's rustling in the
I
leaves.
thought Paul Newman for a second. I was like, Paul Newman was in Jurassic Park.
Yeah, he went to Melville.
Probably.
He didn't.
Who? Paul Newman?
Paul Newman
Did
did
he go to
not.
Afton?
He went to
I don't
St.
know.
Gabe's.
I know he went to St. Gabriel's, but then he was able to get into Afton.
I don't know.
You can call in like Matt did, 314-974-0101. Try to match it.
I thought he was messing with us. I thought he was messing with us.
I like that he realized he wasn't
think
going
he
to have anything. It's like, all right, I'll just leave.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, he aborted pretty quick. But I don't think...
It was a legitimate call. Chairman Kurt and I have a text exchange in the vetting process over there. Martin, I don't know if you've noticed this, but sometimes the callers, it can be a situation. And so Chairman Kurt's got a tough gig over there because you never know. And he's the gatekeeper. And he said Matt seems legitimate. Matt was legitimate. He had a legitimate question. We just were able to answer it very quickly for him. And then he said that defeated the purpose of his call.
I pictured Kurt, the guy at Customs. I used to fly to Canada to see my sister. And every time you came back, you felt guilty. You're just going through Customs. So what were you here for? Oh, it was my niece's birthday. Yeah, how old? She's 4. I'm sorry. And you just like panic a little bit. So I feel like
as you're questioning life.
the customs guy just kind of eyes you up and down. Like, what do you like? Do you got some hash in your loafers? You know, just look. And I feel like Kurt has to kind of do that with the. Yeah. So what's the purpose of this call?
Nah, it was always tough when I would go over to Windsor from Detroit. And the only reason I was there was to visit a very famous stag bar. And
So what'd you tell him, business or pleasure?
Great stag bar over there. I would recommend it to you. I think they come in from Montreal. Very nice. Great BMIs. You can call in on great BMIs from French Canadian provinces. 314-974-0101. You can also text in about them. 314-399-9646. And then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Spicy So is talking it over with Lex Luthor and Doug. Jake and St. Genevieve's talking to John Scores. And Heimblum's spreadsheet is in there, and he says, I like the runner on second rule. Nobody wants to watch an 18-inning game. So there you go.
Well, in the regular season, they don't seem to want to. In the playoffs, it's pretty exciting stuff.
But only Stephen Wildwood saw it because he had to piss.
Yeah.
The rest of us.
Regular season,
I guess, Martin, you didn't see it. You went to bed.
I did not see it.
Most of the fans leave in the regular season for this.
I think on my
extra inning
phone, I saw it go to the 16th, and I said, okay, that'll do it.
That'll wrap it up.
Tim, question for the Heiser House hooligan.
Yep.
Who is the greatest GOAT of all time? This does feel very first takey, but the options here are Shohei, Brady, Gretzky, Tim, or Jesus. I'll hang up and listen.
God.
Hang up and listen.
Gretzky.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Wow.
I mean,
what are you doing?
Doesn't he have like
you playing
all
to the audience
records
today?
Doesn't he have like all the records, and he would still have all the records even if he didn't score like one goal? He would like be the points leader, right? Even if he didn't score.
Yeah.
What we talk, they don't even wear his number, but they don't have it retired. That's the GOAT.
Same with Willie McGee, though.
It's true. Doug, name another 51. You can't.
Oh, no, I wouldn't even try.
Hey, think about it.
So there's some guy in the Marlins like, I want 51. They're like, no, you can't because of Willie McGee.
That's right. I think the Shohei Ohtani thing is starting to gain a little more traction, though.
Yeah.
Because it is ridiculous. If he goes out tonight and just deals and hits a couple home runs, although the Blue Jays, John Schneider said, yeah, we're just going to keep walking him. It's over.
It's crazy.
So
it's like if Myles Garrett was also the quarterback. It's nuts.
Martin's now in the tank thinking about that analogy.
Here's the quarterback. Yeah.
Both sides of the
Okay,
ball.
no, I get it. I like it.
Thank you.
The Blue Jays will counter with Shane Bieber, who was getting up and getting loose 5 hours ago in Game 3. He will be starting Game 4. They also could be without George Springer as he left with a side injury. I saw former Cardinal Eduardo Perez on the Sports Center program this morning without the two guys touching each other. And he said it is unlikely that they would see him because he has a feeling that is a strained muscle in the side, potentially an oblique. And so not only did the Blue Jays burn through their bullpen, getting to the point where their starter for Game 4 was up and starting to throw for Game 3, but they also will be without the hero from Game 7 of the ALCS, most likely, per Eduardo Perez.
Yeah, John Smoltz said something similar. When he walked out, he said, I recognize that injury. You don't come back from that in a hurry.
No, that's usually a 4 to 6 weeks in the regular season. Don't know how he's going to pull that off, but the Blue Jays are now up against it and just going to try to get that thing back to Canada. Otherwise, the Los Angeles Dodgers will win again, and that will bolster the owner's cases for the work stoppage that will be coming your way in approximately 370 days.
Dodger relievers last night threw 11 consecutive scoreless innings against a good hitting team that was without Springer and had taken out Bichette and Kirk. Still a pretty good run of relief pitching.
I thought Roberts might get burned because he used a pitcher in the 5th for a third of an inning. Then in the 7th, a third of an inning. 7th or 8th, a third of an inning. He was using all these guys for a third of an inning. But the guy that saved him was Klein, who went 4 innings at the end.
Clayton Kershaw came in for
He had
one
a
hitter.
huge out with the bases loaded in the 12th. And so the game really did have a little bit of everything, including Kershaw, who's ageless, coming in. And you're thinking, oh, it's October, it's Kershaw. What's going to go bad?
And Scherzer
Got a big
pitched
out.
pretty well himself.
Decent. He kind of always is in that 4th to 5th inning range, competing. Gave up some home runs earlier, but they were solo homers. I don't know. I mean, granted, you're just going to sleep all day at the Ritz or wherever they stay in L.A. They'll be fine. They'll be rested. But that's, I would think emotionally for Toronto, that's, oh, my God. And Smoltz kept saying that as it got later and later. Whoever loses this game is really going to have a hard time. He said, because the longer it goes, the more opportunities are missed that you're going to keep thinking about. Could have won here. Tommy Edman had a double at some point. I forget, the 12th, 13th. They bunted him over, so he's on third with 1 out. They had every opportunity, and a light-hitting player came up for the Dodgers and popped out, which was huge. And then I think Freeman or one of Will Smith, somebody hit a deep drive, but that was it. There were a lot of chances. They were saying at one point, runners, let's see, left on base. The Dodgers had 18. Blue Jays had 19. An all-time classic, Doug. Thanks for staying up tonight. Coverage starts at 6.
All right. Does it seem like these teams are just on a different stratosphere than the Cardinals, or does it just feel that way because it's the postseason?
I think star power. You just look at the lineup.
Certainly the lineup, but also take a look at who the Dodgers are trotting out there to pitch these affairs. I mean, it was Glasnow last night, Ohtani tonight, Yamamoto goes complete gaming in Game 2. I mean,
they just throw a Blake Snell in the mix.
And then Snell opens things up. It's just like, totally different worlds right now. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. I recommend that you text in or call in. Chairman Kurt's doing wonderful work over there because now, Doug, on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, you have the legend of Columbia, sometimes incredibly active in the TMA Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, but on our Callier and Thompson phone lines this morning. Good morning, Legend of Columbia. Doug, good morning to the legend.
Legend.
Doug,
Tim?
good morning.
Yes.
Dude, I'm still waiting to know where the best place to eat a steak in St. Louis is.
Best place to eat a steak in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Well, have you been to the obvious places like Citizen Kane's and Ruth's Chris's and places like that?
Yeah, I've been to those, but I'm looking for that hole in the wall.
Oh. Well, it's kind of an odd question to hit us with in the middle of the Dodgers and Blues discussions.
Hey, Mike, I want to slap your
I
big
just
butt
figured that's what you guys associate with me. Every time Tim mentions me, I just figured I'd ask.
No,
I was at Ballpark Village with a guy in town from Toronto, and we were sitting there talking literally as Shohei pulls up in the seventh. And I said, I can call this. And I'm wearing my Legends Cardinals jersey. And I told this dude, I was like, we are about to watch a living legend knock one out and tie it 5-5. And I straight up called it. First pitch, it was crazy. And then I left because I was meeting up with somebody for karaoke. And the guy had to stay at Ballpark Village for 9 more innings. It was unbelievable. And he has to go back to Toronto with a loss.
Yeah.
And he is probably pissed at me.
Probably so.
Pissed at me.
I think
Legend, quick question, Legend. Do you think anybody else in America with Ohtani coming up thought he might go deep?
Well, right. But since I am the legend, and I said that he was a living legend, it just seemed like ironic timing for me to call it. And then he was like, dude, I swear, if we lose over that, I was like, man, I don't control anything. I'm just a fucking guy wearing a jersey that says legend on it.
Yeah. And what again did you do to become a legend?
So I am in the middle of writing a book called Legends Never Die, and it's about my weight loss. I used to be 475 pounds.
Real? No, you weren't.
I swear, Doug, I wouldn't lie to you, old man.
Wouldn't lie to you, old man. Clip
So
that off.
what do you weigh now, Legend?
What's that?
What do you weigh now?
As of this morning, before I go to the Y and swim, 253 pounds.
Nice.
Okay.
Are you gonna?
I'm going to get to 199, and then I'm going to go for it. I'm going to write the book. I'm going to do podcasts. And if you listen to my voice, I sound like Jonah Hill. So I definitely think if Movie Boy can do a podcast, so can I about weight loss.
Well, you can, sure.
Maybe Gareth can join you.
How'd you lose it all? What'd you do?
Let that one
And
go.
then when I'm Rick, I can take you all to a steak dinner without having to call and having to deal with bitchy service.
I said, how did you lose all the weight? What did you do?
What?
I've swam a lot of laps. A lot of laps.
Well, you had to change your
So
diet
lose
completely
200
too, no
pounds.
doubt, right?
Oh, yeah,
I'm gonna start
straight
swimming.
up.
Don't leave the
Low-carb
pool until you
diet,
lose
all
50
that.
pounds.
Yeah.
What were you
I've had to
eating
work
exactly
really hard.
when you got it up to 475? What
comes
was
the food Nazi, Tim.
What was a typical
I ate a
meal
I'm
day?
not gonna lie, I ate a few steaks at a time. A few.
Yeah.
At a time. This is like the great outdoors.
The old 96.
Yeah, it was like the old 96er, John Candy style. Rest in peace, John Candy.
So you're wanting to get back on the steak train because you're celebrating the weight loss?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
That's right.
Right. That's right.
Okay.
Okay, so
But hey, I just want you guys to know I love all the haters. I love it. I enjoy, especially that spicy guy. I love going at it with him.
Carlos Spicy Winner, is that who you're talking about, Legend?
Spicy So or whatever.
Oh, Spicy
I call him
So. Now he's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
You tell him. I don't have time to text him this morning or YouTube argue with him.
Yeah, busy.
But you tell him that the legend said, "What's up?"
I see he is in there right now, and he says weight, so he tries to bully people about their weight when he was an asteroid.
Oh.
Send him back to space.
Asteroid. So negative.
visual works.
I'll tell you, Spicy needs a big hug is what he needs. A big hug.
Doug, you want to hug Spicy So?
No, I didn't hug him.
I'm giving.
Okay.
You're always supposed to wash your hands after messing with spicy food, always.
Legend, do you have an occupation?
So I've been in sales most of my life, and I also worked for Veterans United for about 6 years.
Okay.
Very good.
All
I
right.
have a very good resume, but I made some really bad decisions. So I got sober, I started losing weight, and now I'm writing a book about it all.
All right.
Well, I like that. Congrats on that.
Dude, I love you guys. You guys are the best.
Thank you,
Well,
Well,
legend.
thank you, Ledge.
There he is, Doug, the legend of Columbia calling in. And I'm glad that he loves his haters because he has plenty. Fast.
I called an asteroid. The visual on that, I'm like, yeah, okay.
I can smell the gout this guy has through my phone. That's Al in Dadeville.
Give me your fucking feet.
You can't smell another man's gout.
So a guy who's 4 bills plus is calling in to ask where to get a good steak.
That was confusing.
What the F? That's from Meatball. Can we lose the last 250 pounds of this guy? What a doofus. That's from Arbor Day, Doug. Two-time Texter of the Year here on TMA.
Okay.
Poor guy. I just wanted to call in and share a moment watching the ball game with somebody from Canada. And he predicted it, Tim. Shohei
predicted
Ohtani
it.
came up, and he thought,
Bold.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say he might homer.
Right.
And he did. Like he has done a bunch.
So bold. Josh Schertz, Robbie Avila in studio in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth
Hopefully they're
Strategies
not listening.
9 o'clock hour. You don't think Coach is listening to the call from
Well, I
the
hope
legend? You can call in as well. So far, we're off to a great start on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in. Men, have you or your family seen a change and you're not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love? Put it this way. If your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older or work stress or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits and you never got the memo. Mentality can help you change that. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling that something's off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to being the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and check out Mentality. It's online at mentalityhealth.com. Get tested. I've been out there. I got tested in and out within 20 minutes. Super friendly service. It's Mentality online at mentalityhealth.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Shows also on YouTube. You can watch it and talk to the Nipper School Monitor and Kitty Bates. And I am looking forward to some hoops guests. Gates and Schertz are great on the radio. That's from the Nipper School Monitor.
All right.
There you go.
Well, we got to get Gates back on.
I mean, he's probably mad Jackson hasn't taken him up on the scholarship, I would think.
Sent you a video, son, just to follow up on it.
Yeah.
I sent him the tape on me. I need some assurance that I'm going to get in.
He plays a lot of guys.
He does.
Do you have any
gotta make a
eligibility
decision.
left, or is that even a thing anymore?
Yeah, I think I do. I haven't played a single game. I am a graduates that have the little patch on there, SEC graduate.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, nice. I wouldn't have to wear that.
You'd be free of the patch.
They were looking for a tall dwarf at 49 years old. I wouldn't have to wear the graduate patch. If you want to play with a tall dwarf and Jackson, you can do so by teeing it up with TMA at Fox Run, presented to you by Michelob Ultra. Watch Jackson Burkett. I'm buying stock in his game. I think he's going to get right this winter, and then we'll get out there in spring, Jackson, with 2 listeners. 1 lucky winner and a guest will score a free round of golf with me and Jackson at Fox Run. And I cannot say enough good things about Fox Run Golf Club. It is your chance to hang out and enjoy a laid-back round with me and Jackson. Use the code SWING to get entered to win now, either at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. Must be 21. The Tee It Up with TMA giveaway is courtesy of Michelob Ultra Superior Light Beer. Go to 101ESPN.com or the 101 mobile app. The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and on the Stiefel dossier, Billiken's head coach Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila in studio in our 9 o'clock hour. A lot of phone calls, Martin, and they've been delightful. So far, Doug, we got Matt,
Okay.
and we got the legend of Columbia, and we haven't had him on. I'm going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while. Pestis from Festus
Oh, wonderful.
is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Pestis.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Oh, we're fine. You?
Okay, so far I've got surgery coming up next month.
Oh, what do you got going on, Pestis?
Total knee replacement.
Oh. Well, that'll go
Not
fine
fine.
for you. That's pretty routine these days.
Yeah, it is, and I've got a great set of doctors and everything,
Yeah.
so I'll be okay.
Sure.
And
I've known
I just
people who had
wanted
that
to
and wish
say-
they'd done it 10 years earlier.
Yep. I
Okay,
just want to
sorry.
say hello to the best 4 voices that I wake up to every morning. It's like 2 cups of coffee and my son coming up in the morning.
Well,
Oh,
what a
how
treat.
about that?
Would that be us or some other show you're listening to?
Riz.
Now, who in the hell do you think it is?
Oh, gosh, don't
Snag
scold
that
me.
audio.
Okay, well, thank you for the kind words.
Yep. Now, I have one question, and this is something I've been trying to find out. You have a ceremony at the end of the year for all your recipients that have won the Listener of the Month.
Texture of the month, Arbor Day. Very difficult to beat Arbor Day, Pestis.
Yes. When is that held?
Doug?
I don't know. We still do it. We did it once or twice. I don't know if it's a yearly thing or not.
Doug is our Siri.
The first year we did it at Harpo's in Chesterfield, wasn't that just the funnest damn night?
That was super fun.
We were in
Lisa Ann-
tuxedos.
Yeah.
We were in tuxedos. Lisa Ann, Jackson's roommate, bedmate for that matter.
That's right. Soon to be bedmate. Not at that point.
Pardon?
Okay.
Well, at that point,
it's not coming up soon, but you're saying back then. soon to be.
At that
People
point,
thought you
we
meant
had
like
not
next
yet
week.
stayed in the same bed.
I know,
but we
but
were
the way-
soon to be.
I know, but the way you phrased it, I think people thought you guys were meeting for lunch. Like, it sounded imminent. You're saying back then, soon to be.
So, Pestis, just answer the question. I think that was our
Forgot he was on.
first year here. And Chairman Kurt won Listener of the Year that year, right? He was dressed up as Cam Newton.
Yes.
Night of my life.
Was it the best night of your life? Oh. But you weren't spit on that night. You were spit on the next year.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Best
It was
night of
the
my life.
Second best night of my life.
But we had a pony. It was
Yeah,
a
it was
great
great.
time.
It was awesome.
John from Harpo's, great host.
Yep.
We had a wonderful ceremony. We were in tuxes. Lisa Ann flew in, and she really flew in, honestly. to try to visit with Jay Randolph Jr., who was very sick, and unfortunately he had passed away a couple of weeks beforehand, but she still wanted to come in to celebrate with the listeners. It was a great night, so we did this big award ceremony, and so, yeah, it's usually in December, Pestis, but last year I believe we just gave them out over the air.
Okay, if you give them out over the air, that's fine, and I'll just come up to the studios like I did in January and pick my gifts up and everything, or if I win, and we'll go from there.
All right.
Okay, so you sound like you're planning your speech here. So what is Tim? What do we give out at the end of the year? Listener of the
trophies.
Year. Do we actually?
Yeah, there actually are trophies.
Okay. Well, I'm Pestis. I'm voting for you.
Good. My tequila is still waiting to be opened.
Huh. You're aging it.
Yeah, it's aging all right.
Okay, Pestis, I believe, I'm sorry. Early in the year, didn't you say the Cardinals were going to win 94, 95 games? I'm curious your take looking back.
My looking back, it was my biggest mistake of the year.
Oh,
okay.
Well,
it happens.
But the one thing that I am proud of, they took until the last game before the weekend to be eliminated out of the playoffs.
Yep. While struggling to stay above 500.
Look at you with a DeWitt talking point. Look at this guy.
And one thing now is, what in the hell's going on with the Blues?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, a little problematic, isn't it, Pestis?
Oh, it's problematic, all right. I don't know who's worse, the team, the coach, or all of them together.
Well, it's early. We can bounce back if we can just get hot.
Hot. We're going to have to go on a boil.
Okay.
That's sick.
Well, it can happen. It can happen. Don't give up on the Blue Note, please.
Oh, I don't give up. You know me better than that.
Yes, I do. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. But, gentlemen, it's been nice talking to you this morning. It's been a long time. I miss y'all. I hope you all have a good Thanksgiving and Christmas coming up. Wow. Treat the little kiddies to all the candy this Friday, and just have a great time.
What a wonderful
What a wonderful. Thank you, Pestis.
Thank you, Pest.
Closing thoughts.
Yeah,
we won't
beautiful.
talk to him until after Christmas. Sounds
I guess
like.
not. I thought he was coming up here to get his award for Listener of the Year. He did win Listener of the Month, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he is eligible.
He sure is.
He was very concerned at the time about his prize and how we were going to get it to him. And I think at the time there really wasn't a prize.
Oh, there was. There's always been a prize. You just always have to come get it. Which was
we're out of stamp.
I think I offered for Jackson. I had to drive down and drop it off. Jackson said, "Why would we do that?"
From the 3-1, yeah, that's a fair question. As a newer listener, how did Lisa Ann get introduced to TMA and become part of events? It's a great question because for newer listeners to the program, they might be like, "Are you talking about the world-renowned Lisa Ann?" And the answer is yes, we are. And she actually went to Jamaica with us. Jamaica is experiencing a Category 5 hurricane.
Good thing we went when we did, because it may not be there tomorrow.
I'm telling you. Doug, that was January of 2023. Am I right?
Yeah.
And Lisa Ann was introduced to the program by, I believe, our producer, John Seymour. Did you ever cross paths with the Sea Monster, Martin?
I sat with him at the Brian Hoffman wedding.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, no, I know the Sea Monster.
I mean, just an incredible, number one, great guy, but a really good producer. I believe he got a start at 101 ESPN. Then he went to San Francisco and worked at a sports talk station there. Then he worked with us at CBS Sports 920 and KFNS. And
he was classically trained.
He truly was, and produced the show that I did with Jim Edmonds in addition to TMA. Anyway, Lisa Ann, after leaving the adult film world, somehow became one of the most knowledgeable fantasy football people I've ever talked to. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's true. Doug, remember those segments? She'd know more about fantasy football. Mm-hmm. And she kind of just liked the show, came in for some of our events, and hit it off with the audience, came in for the Dotem, a couple of years, and then developed a friendship with all of us, and, truly out of the kindness of her heart, came into St. Louis for that event in December of 2022 to visit Jay Jr., knowing that he was terminally ill. That's why she did it. I mean, she flew in from New York City to visit Jay, knowing that was going to be a good chance the last time she would ever see him. And unfortunately, Jay passed away a couple of weeks beforehand. But she knew we were going to give an award to his longtime girlfriend, named the award after Jay, and so she wanted to be here for it. And then Iggy did not want to go to Jamaica. I can't remember his reasoning, Jackson. Do you remember the reason Iggy didn't want to go to Jamaica?
Travel. Well, we weren't there long enough.
Right. But he also, there was a wedding that he had to go to.
And he didn't want to share a room with anyone.
Right. So Lisa Ann, in a way to try to get Iggy to go, said that she would go on the trip. She did. Iggy didn't want to share a room with her, so she shared a room with Jackson and Martin. They wound up sharing a bed. But what, Jackson, you built a fort of sheets?
We just kind of had a known neutral zone, you know, a line of scrimmage.
A hockey reference.
Yeah, that's nice. Boy, you're
I was thinking of the football neutral zone.
Which, of course, Doug, is?
The length of the ball, but the line of scrimmage.
How about that?
Can't enter the neutral zone.
Okay. I sat next to Lisa Ann at that party at Harpo's West, and in the middle of it, some guy brought her a drink, and she goes, "Oh, thank you. That's so nice of you. How considerate. Thank you very much." And as soon as the guy walked away, she says to me, "If you think I'm going to drink an unopened drink from some guy at the bar that I don't know, you are out of your mind."
Yeah. You have to see the bottle be opened.
She said, "If I took a sip of this, I'd be unconscious in about 10 seconds.
So she knows the TMA
I
audience.
guess,
I think she's,
That's a good understanding.
She's been super famous for a long time.
Of the audience.
And I'll text with her every now and again. She misses the show. Maybe
She
we'll
texted
get
me
her
on my
back on.
birthday.
Did she really? Mm-hmm. God
Very
bless.
sweet. Very sweet.
She's good people. All right, text in, call in. The callers are on fire this morning. Pest is bringing heat. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Air Comfort Service sponsor the text inbox. 314-399-9646. Billikens head coach Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila joining us in studio in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Plus, coming up at 10:45, we got a showdown here. 4 more days left in the month of October, and Shooter McGavin and Buck Swope are going back and forth. Shooter McGavin with 5 Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day wins. Buck Swope with 4 in October. You can email in as well the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Coming to my house here in 2 days for the furnace tune-up for the cold weather months. That's Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling. We all got together with Seth last week and had some libations and hung out. He is the longest-running sponsor. He is good people, longtime supporter of this program, and runs an outstanding business as well. He is 4th generation. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Go online at designairservice.com, and in about 2 minutes, you can schedule your furnace tune-up to make sure that you know your furnace is ready to go for the cold weather months. Design Air, sponsor of our email of the day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the 1s and 2s. If you want to call in, you got to get through the fortress that is Chairman Kurt at 314-974-0101. Call on into the program. Be a part of the program by texting in or talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
The trip of a lifetime to spectacular Scotland, talking about the unbelievable, breathtaking scenery, the great seafood, the wildlife. I love to travel, and this is a great chance to do it together next summer, June 15th. Talking about a 10-day trip, 15 different meals. It's all handled by Colette. They've been doing this for a long time, and instead of you getting online trying to figure out where to stay, where to go, what to see, They do all of that for you. My wife's been talking about Scotland for years. That's her heritage. And I said, we got to go look at the Orkney Islands. I've been online checking out some of the great cities there. You've got modern cities as well as the historic old towns, the Braveheart history there. There's so much history, things to do. We're going to do it together next summer. A spectacular trip to Scotland put together by our friends at Colette. More information is available at All Terror Travel. Just call them at 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600. We'll also have a little get-together over Zoom on November 11th to talk about the trip. June 15th, plenty of time to plan it out, seeing spectacular Scotland. Looking forward to doing this trip together. It's Colette putting it together. It's Altair locally coordinating at 314-968-9600.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues lose last night 6-3 at the hands of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Back in action tonight as they take on the Detroit Red Wings here in St. Louis. It's going to be a 6:15 pregame, 7:15 puck drop right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. During the commercial break, I was in there talking it over with Libby Jackie DiCaprio, who now has a Texas A&M avatar. I noticed, Jackson. He had a Vanderbilt avatar last week. Wonder what the change is for
Libby DiCaprio. I'll speak for Jackson since
Jackson
he doesn't have a mic.
Martin, on your left and on Doug's right is Brody Herman, representing the family Herman because his father is not feeling up to it today, not feeling well. So Brody is in the building from Brown and Crouppen, Brody Herman. Doug, have you ever heard a gallery like this? Maybe
how are you guys?
Tiger rolled in that putt on 18 in 2018, I guess.
This feels like Jack Buck walking out of the booth and letting Joe call an inning. Your dad just said, this is your chance,
yes,
Brody.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. 100%. 100%. I'm looking forward to it, guys. How you guys doing today? Are you feeling good?
Well, we're feeling great. I'm impressed by your energy, Brody, because as we were discussing during the commercial break, you stayed up for the whole Dodgers-Blue Jays game.
Oh, gosh. How could you not? The Dodgers, just in a thrilling fashion, Freddie Freeman hit that game-winning home run, his second walk-off of his World Series career. Of course, last year, that grand slam against the Yankees. And, of course, the Dodgers are up 2-1 over the Blue Jays. And, of course, Max Scherzer, one of the first pitcher to start a World Series game for 4 different franchises: Blue Jays, Rangers, Nationals, and Tigers. The Dodgers did a stellar job yesterday. Great offensive performance by Ohtani, as Ohtani had 2 homers and 2 doubles, without a doubt. An absolutely stellar job. And I question why the Blue Jays would even throw to him in the 7th inning. I know he's intentionally walked 5 times and reached the base 9 times, but why did they throw to Ohtani in the 7th? I just didn't understand that. Of course, the Blue Jays subbing out players like Crazy, Kirk, and they brought out Bo Bichette. And, of course, George Springer severely injured. And, of course, both teams have severely depleted through their bullpen. It's going to be interesting. Ohtani is going tonight. He's going to have the ball for the Dodgers. After a stellar offensive performance he's going to pitch tonight for the Dodgers, going up against Shane Bieber, who they traded for at the trade deadline. And, of course, a Cy Young Award winner, Bieber. Is this going to be a stellar matchup between Shane Bieber and Shohei Ohtani? I'm looking forward to it here in Game 4. I know I had the Dodgers winning at 5, and I still think they're going to win in 5, but they can win in 6. This has been a very intense World Series. It really has. Very competitive. Tied for the longest World Series game alongside with the Dodgers, who in 2018 also had the longest World Series game in 18 innings. What a stellar job by the Dodgers yesterday. Both teams competed very, very hard. It was stellar. Both teams went through their bullpens. Will Klein did a stellar job pitching through 4 innings. So did Eric Lauer through the Blue Jays left-hander. What a great job both teams did last night. Obviously, the Dodgers came out on top by the score of 6-5. What a stellar job by the Dodgers.
Wow, look at that.
Just unbelievable.
You're going to have to bring some energy and some knowledge if you're going to come on
Look at this
show.
guy.
Absolutely. You're right, Doug.
Clearly watched the game in depth.
My God.
What do you think when they sent the runner in the 10th? You got to try and score, is what they always say with 2 outs, but Vlad Guerrero was sitting on deck.
I don't get that part. I really should have. I think the Blue Jays tried to play very aggressively. A lot of the pinch running, and they really tried. They really tried, but it just didn't come through. They went through a long, cold period. I think pretty much from the 12th inning on, they didn't really show much offense. They tried to get something going, but the Dodgers just, quite frankly, shut them down. Clayton Kershaw came in for an inning. How about that?
Yeah.
That was something special.
Big spot there, Brody. Bases loaded, and he gets it done.
Yeah, but who else would you trust in that spot if you're Dave Roberts? That's the thing.
That was
Matthew
clutch.
Stafford was there. I believe they were teammates, right? Kershaw and Stafford. And I think Joe Davis said Stafford was the catcher for Kershaw.
Little leaguers.
What a
Can you imagine that?
If you were on that team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get to play much. Why? Well, I was on the team with
I never got
Kershaw
to pitch.
and Stafford.
Exactly. Both guys from Dallas, Texas, growing up together incredibly, and both went to the same high school. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. The odds of anybody on your team making it to the major leagues are staggering. The fact that you got 2 guys that might both be Hall of Famers, and they're respective sports is pretty incredible.
How about Ozzie Smith and Eddie Murray?
Eddie Murray,
Yes,
yeah.
Locke High School in Los Angeles back in 1977. Both those guys. That's something. 2 Hall of Fame major leaguers at high school at the same time. That's very rare that you see that. But yeah, Martin's very unique.
I want to go back and see if they didn't win state. We should call for that coach's head.
Oh, wouldn't that be something? Oh, my goodness.
Brody, what is going on in the world of wrestling? You went to the
there's a lot.
AEW event, and that is your specialty with your program
Yes.
on 590 KLIS, correct?
Yes,
Is where
that's
you're doing
right.
your
We're on
program. When is it on
Saturdays.
again? Saturday?
Saturdays, yeah. Whatever time we're on. It varies. It's either at 8 a.m. or it could be 11 a.m. We'll announce on our social media, obviously. But yeah, AEW, obviously, Wrestle Dream, very stellar event. It was very nice to see the coming to town. They give you your money's worth. Telling you, they went all the way until midnight. They give you as many matches.
is that right?
as
Doug, can you imagine that? How great would that
What
be if
time
you were
did
there
it
until
start?
midnight?
It started around 7, so
Oh, for
7 to
heaven's
midnight.
sakes.
Well, when you charging people, then
That'd
this
be
amount of
5
prices.
hours for you to enjoy.
5 hours of grappling.
That's right. That's right.
Doug was asking me, what time do they hand out the script? Is that pre?
Oh, no, Martin, no.
Sorry.
Oh, God, no.
That was off air. I'm sorry.
Oh, my
Kayfabe.
goodness.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
But there were some good matches, no doubt. In 5 hours, they must have had a few good ones.
Yes, without a doubt.
All right.
Oh, yeah. No, it was really, really good. Mizzou lost Vanderbilt this weekend, unfortunately. That was tough.
You're just trying, now you're going after Jackson. Poor Jackson. He has said you went into the I know you don't have a microphone. He went to his bathroom and didn't want to watch Bobby Boots kick that field goal. And we're trying to raise his spirits. And he's not doing well with
I'll
it,
say this,
Brody.
Mizzou's got a lot of decisions to make. I think Bo Prebila's days as Mizzou's starting quarterback are over, and Matt
I agree with
Zollers
you.
is going to have to make a decision here. Do you build a roster around Zollers for 2026, or are they going to have to go in the transfer portal for a quarterback? Because, if he goes 4-0 and 3-1, I think you're safe with riding with Zollers in 2026. But if he goes 1-3 and 0-4, and Tim and Doug and Martin, as you guys know, those collectives and alumni and boosters, they're not going to be satisfied if Zollers goes 1-3 or 0-4 is the quarterback solution for next season. So he's going to have to make a decision here with his play in the next 4 games. Is he going to be Mizzou's starting quarterback of the future, or is he going to be the Michael Hawkins to Oklahoma? Is going to, like Oklahoma went after John Mateer, will Mizzou have to go after their John Mateer for 2026? It'll be very interesting to see what Mizzou does at the quarterback position, really how they play in the upcoming 4 weeks.
They're going to go 7-0 with Matt Zollers, and Jackson beat Ohio State, and this time Ohio State will play everybody, and Missouri will win the national championship in Miami. And Jackson has just held up a sign, and what a treat it is.
All right.
Maybe show that on the
He's
YouTube
hollering
chat.
Matt Zollers.
Zollers makes me hollers, Doug. Isn't that?
Very nice. Very, very nice. And clever.
I don't know the answer to the NIL question, but if you're Bo Prabula and you come to Mizzou, is everything a one-year deal?
Yeah, everything's a one-year deal. No.
it's
You're at a point where, so you're going to go to your alumni and boosters and say, well, we have a true freshman quarterback that was 1-4 and then or 1-3, and you got a guy coming off of injury. They're not going to be satisfied with that, Martin. The Mizzou collective isn't going to be satisfied with that coming off of the season. They're going to have to do something else.
If he plays well, even if they don't win, but if it's not his fault, if he plays well, you're not going to hold that against him, are you?
No, they won't hold that against him if he plays well. But it all depends on how he plays.
Yeah,
I am fascinated by this stretch with Zollers. What it could mean for the future.
Martin. I am too. I think. I mean, listen. It's obviously an astronomical task to win 4 games, especially considering you're playing the number 3 team in the country. And Mississippi State, I realize, is a butt ass as far as a record goes. But if you are watching games, you see just how good that team is. They have beaten Arizona State and probably should have won at least one of the overtime games they played in with Tennessee and Texas, and then they were in field goal range before the interception at the Swamp the previous weekend. That isn't a guarantee. Going to Oklahoma, even if Oklahoma is average, is not a guarantee. Arkansas, that should be a win. Point being, what if Missouri actually is better with Matt Zollers? Now, what percentage would you give that? But I think we would all agree that at least going back to the start of the October games, that's the best Missouri has looked through the air.
Yep.
Was when Zollers was in there, and again, that's in the October games because I personally think he got hurt in the Kansas game, and something was off going back to that because he looked damn good against Kansas.
Yeah.
So what if Missouri is a totally different team? Again, I recognize not necessarily something that people are expecting or maybe even talking about, but it is something that will cause interest because they are playing the number 3 team in the country. 2:30 start announced yesterday.
Yes. Yeah, I love the 2:30 start games. I mean, it's in the middle of the day. You don't feel like it's ruining your day. If it's late at night, it feels like you're building up to the game, and then at 11 a.m., it's so early in the day. That 2:30 start time, it's good. It's in the middle of the day. It's good. It's not too early, but it's not too late. You can still have dinner and fun with the family, but it's not so early where you have to wake up and, be at the stadium by 9 a.m. So, I love that 2:30 start time. And it's going to be a good one. Marcel Reed, obviously, Texas A&M, Mike Elko's done a great job since taking over there. And, he made the right decision by going with Marcel Reed over Connor Wegman, I'm telling you. And they've got a cornerback from St. Louis there, Will the Blanket Lee at Texas A&M. So I'm looking forward to see how that game is going. I don't know if Mizzou's going to pull it out, but it would be encouraging for us if Matt Zollers could play well, and Mizzou gives you some light at the end of the tunnel that there could be some semblance of something. It would be very, very optimistic. I think A&M's a very good team. Though undefeated going in, it's going to be a very tough challenge for the Tigers.
Amen. Brody, you got knowledge, brother.
You're done now at the University of Minnesota? You're finished?
Oh, well, University of Minnesota had a tough one because they can't beat Iowa. I'm sorry.
I was asking about you, if you're done.
I think Doug meant academically.
Academically, yeah. You graduated 2025, so pretty much.
So now you're going to be a sportscaster?
Yeah,
follow
that's my
Dad's
goal.
Steps to law?
I haven't decided yet, but sportscaster's my dream. That was like Tim in high school. I can't play sports anymore, so I got to do this.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, Brody.
Why is he
both
laughing
lived
at
the
you,
life.
I'm not trying to laugh.
Mark, if it's accurate, I can't really argue with it.
Yeah.
It's accurate.
Well, I recommend, Brody,
Brody,
just have the law career as a backup. Just have it handy. I tell that to all the aspiring journalists that maybe just go to law school just in case.
Seems like maybe you have an incredible memory. You could probably kill it in law.
Yeah.
And be a sportscaster also.
That's
Be
true.
both.
That's true.
Howard Cosell was a lawyer.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Tony LaRue said that law.
That's right. I do know that one.
Just in case.
I did know that one.
Absolutely.
He'd like to manage against you.
Brody Herman in studio and dropping more knowledge in about 10 minutes than we do in 4 hours. So tip of the cap on that, Brody. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. Always good to talk it over with you, man. Thanks for coming in. Hope your dad feels better.
I know. Me too. I love it.
You don't want to argue with anybody in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat on behalf of your father?
No. I think we're good today.
Is he going to get together for lunch with that guy that he was arguing with last time?
No, he hasn't yet.
Yeah.
It's never going to really come to be. But as always, it's just so great being here with you guys on TMA. What a great show this is. You guys did such a great show.
Fabulous words.
It's an honor and privilege.
It's an honor. The great Brody Herman dropping knowledge here on the program. 314-222-2222. That is the phone number for Brown and Crouppen, the longtime presenting sponsor of the Morning After, and of course online at brownandcrouppen.com. Brody, always good to talk it over with you, man. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Brody Herman will take a commercial break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
All right.
Together Credit Union wants to be your hometown home loan provider. Mortgage loans get a little complicated. Together Credit Union handles the entire process. They've got a home loan solution for every buyer. Get in on that action when you're buying your first home or you're downsizing, sizing up. If you need a second mortgage, Together Credit Union here for you. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, jumbo loans, they've got it all. And specialty loans. We talked about this. It's a pretty cool opportunity. If you're a community contributor, they've got a mortgage built just for you. Teachers, firefighters, healthcare, emergency medical professionals, and more. Benefits include low down payment, lower interest rates, no private mortgage insurance. All of this at Together Credit Union. 14 locations around town. TogetherCU.org. Everything done in-house. Everything done for you. It's a real simple process. The underwriting, the servicing, it's all handled here in St. Louis. So remember, Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider. Visit TogetherCU.org for full rates, terms, details, all of that. Together Credit Union is an equal housing lender and federally insured by NCUA.
What do we got going on here, Papers?
Devil goes down to Georgia.
Well, I understand that, but why?
Charlie Daniels. Something funny.
You looking for trouble?
Today would have been Charlie Daniels' blank birthday.
What do you think?
Charlie Daniels.
So he is deceased.
He died in 2020.
Okay.
He always looked old, probably older than he was. So I'll say 70. I'll say 80.
So if he were alive,
I'm going to go 90.
if he were alive, 87.
Today would have been his 89th birthday.
Martin wins.
Under.
Martin wins. I overbid. God bless America. That's too random. You're welcome to call in. We're having a big day on the phone lines. Brody Herman brought the heat in the previous segment. 314-974-0101. That is how you can call into the Collier and Thompson phone lines and talk it over with Chairman Kurt. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then many friends have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 219 are in there right now, including John Scores, the Nipper School Monitor, and also, of course, Walrus King and the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer and Spicy So and Patrick and Immaculata. They're all in there. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. And another longtime TMA sponsor, also the sponsor of the Tee It Up with TMA giveaway. Go to 101ESPN.com or the 101 mobile app, and you can sign up to play golf with me and Jackson at Fox Run Golf Club, which is a first-class golf course. I can't say enough good things about it. They've redone it. It is super impressive. Michelob Ultra presenting it. You and a guest get to play with me and Jackson. I would imagine we will do that in spring of 2026, Jackson, if that fits your schedule. I know
Sure
you're
does.
going to a couple film festivals.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
I'm not, but I would love to. I think Sundance is in February.
Yeah, I know you're going to Sundance.
But all the ones you'd want to go to are in the fall.
And you just go to movies all day?
I've never been. I'd love to. I want to go.
But at a film festival, people just sit in the movie theater all day long, watch one movie after the next?
Yeah, but like they do a lot of midnight screenings, things like that. Just kind of hang out. I really want to go to the Telluride Film Festival. That's on the bucket list, and then Venice, obviously, and Cannes, all that.
A lot of director discussion after the
Yeah,
film.
Q&As and
Q&A's
stuff.
sakes.
Yeah, it sounds fun. Look at you dunking on people's passions.
Clip that off.
Telluride would be the classic city on the cover, like Men's Journal, like cool cities you need to visit.
Oh, yeah.
And how to get good abs. The light beer you need.
Directors.
Telluride
Should we start a men's journal?
Telluride was the kind of city that would be on the cover, like the coolest towns in America. And then you're like, how come I've never been to Asheville? Look at Telluride. Look at that.
Bentonville.
Let's go. Paper, let's go to Telluride.
All right. Sign me up.
After the show.
On the Stiefel dossier, Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila in studio coming up at 9 o'clock here. Looking forward to the conversation with Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila on the program. Looking forward to that. That will take place at 9 o'clock. You can always watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL. We are coming off of a World Series Classic in Los Angeles that took 6 hours plus before the Dodgers won it on Freddie Freeman's walk-off home run, and unfortunately, another Blues loss. Here is, let's go back to that Jim Montgomery soundbite, because, Doug, it's short, it's sweet, but it conveys plenty
It does,
in a concise manner.
Yeah, he was asked if did they play the high-intensity checking game he would have wanted.
No, not even close.
End of soundbite.
That's correct. He also was talking following the game on the team's need for a response tonight. They're playing the Red Wings this evening. Puck drop at 7:15 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. You get your pregame at 6 p.m. Blues, of course, had the 4-goal lead on Detroit on Saturday at Little Caesars, and now they're back at Enterprise Center for the festivities. Chance to bounce back, but you're not going to have Thomas or Neighbors most likely, and the Blues are really struggling with their starts. Here's what Jim Montgomery said.
Well, a great thing about sports is, especially in our league, you get to respond real quick. We didn't have a good enough effort tonight. We play tomorrow night at home, and we got to have a better effort.
He does the head nod when like, okay, you good? Done? Like he just wanted it to be over with.
Yeah.
Like what can you say? 4 straight losses. They've been giving up a lot of goals. They've been getting behind early. He said when we tied it, then you're hoping to get the lead. He said we wanted Pittsburgh to be chasing the game. He said instead we're always chasing the game.
9 games into the season, the Blues find themselves in last place in what I would imagine will wind up being the best division in the NHL, sitting with 7 points, Doug. Fortunately, the Calgary Flames only have 5, and the Sharks only have 6. Other than that...
But we have a game in hand on Calgary, too. That's
so
nice.
If you're keeping an eye out.
Yeah. Well, after giving up 6 in a row to Detroit and the 2 last night, that was 8 straight goals they gave up without scoring one. Not exactly a recipe for success or even staying competitive. One of the disappointing things is their best players haven't been very good. It's not like some of the fringe guys, the third and fourth liners and the third defensive pair. It's not just that they haven't played very well. It's the best players on the team haven't done anything. That's what makes you concerned.
We played 9 games. Neighbors has the 6 goals, so Neighbors and Thomas did not play last night. I wonder if they were close and they thought, let's just wait one more night. We are playing Tuesday. Because I think Chris Gerber yesterday, he thought Thomas could play. I think the theory was it wasn't a terrible injury, but I'm wondering if those 2 play tonight. There is no morning skate, obviously. They canceled that. But, Doug, your point, Robert Thomas, 8 games, 1 goal. Buchnevich has 2 in the 9 games. Holloway's off to a slow start with just 1 goal. So you look up and down, there are a lot of those. Snuggerud had a bunch real quick, and that he had 2 in the Vancouver game. Schen's been quiet, so you're waiting for all those guys to get going at the same time. And on the defensive side, there's still Mayu played about 12 or 13 minutes last night, but I don't think it's going to be like a quick turnaround. You just got to win a game here, got to win a game there. Just got to get out of this funk.
Even Cam Fowler's a -7. Doesn't have a goal yet this year. It's rough. It's about as weak a start as you could imagine them having for as high hopes as they had.
They had so much buzz around town.
Yeah.
I think maybe
the
it was
anticipation 3 weeks ago was
insane.
Yeah.
People like this team coming off what we saw second half last year and the playoffs up until the ending. Hey, this team's right there with the best team in hockey, Winnipeg, at least record-wise. All of those players are back. There's only a couple of new faces added in, a couple of pieces added. Largely the same team. And this has been what they talked about in camp they wanted to avoid. There's been a terrible start. And they kept saying in camp, we don't want to get off to a slow start. This division, you can't get buried. You can't get buried. And Doug, maybe we talked him into it. You just can't get buried.
I'm not sure it's our fault. Who knew that Zach Bolduc was apparently the linchpin to the whole thing?
You're getting owned right now.
Because Montreal's in first place.
Joel Hofer allowed 5 goals last night. The team's 6, but one was an empty netter by Malkin. And the good news, though, is that his save percentage actually increased after allowing 5 goals. He's now up to 793.
Wow. That's good.
His goal against is almost 6.
That was Stedman-esque right there, Papers.
Viva la
Stroud!
Viva la Stroud.
Is Higgy in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat?
I hope.
Can I just request a little AI Chuck, a little Chuck Marlowe, and then maybe a little
Very
AI
few
Frank.
people can be on local news. I'm in the news, sweetheart.
Sweetheart. And I feel when you use it condescendingly like that, it's to a male.
You want some Frank?
Mm-hmm. Is this Lexington Steel?
Yep.
No.
One of the
Is that a
greats.
Doug reference? Shrubs. I'm about to get paid in the Escalade. I saw my mother-in-law without any clothes on this weekend.
Wow. So vivid.
Chew on that one, Martin.
That would be tough.
Martin
that would
is
be tough.
done.
Yep.
Context. He's just reading the text inbox.
That would happen.
Poor
That was
Frank.
my favorite.
He's like, okay, what a win last night for our Billikens. Okay,
I want to make love.
let's go to the text line here. I shaved. Oh, okay, we're not reading that.
Guys, come on. Are we really panicking? How many games in a season? Oh, yeah, 82. Lots of hockey left. Take a deep breath. It's going to be okay. Doug, that's from the Arnold Water Tower.
Well, you hope it is, but they're not in a position to take a deep breath right now. That's the last thing they can do.
I don't think anybody's panicked. I think largely disappointed and surprised. Not just losing games, but the way they've been doing, giving up so many goals.
Yeah, they need to find some urgency. It's certainly not the time to take a deep breath. They got to do the exact opposite. They got a little bit of a hill to climb just to get back in the middle of the pack.
The soft media in St. Louis is defending Hofer. That's from Safari Elvis 36 in the Michelob Ultra YouTube
What
chat.
does that mean, Safari
Man,
Elvis?
this sounds soft.
What does that mean, Safari Elvis?
You don't have any. Safari Elvis, call in, Chairman Kirtle.
I don't know.
Get you on the line.
Are there a lot of people standing up and defending Hofer? I hadn't heard a lot of that. Does the text inbox also subscribe to straw man policies? Oh, I see you guys. You guys love Hofer. I get it. I don't hear a lot of that.
Oh, yeah, the Joel Hofer defenders are out there.
Is this Lexington Steel?
No.
I didn't mean to play that drop.
Wow, and he's back again.
It's all heavy.
I tried to close that one out, and it just played on me. My bad.
3 times. Well, that's the power of Lexington Steel. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. 4-hour Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, sponsor of the email today. We've been the sponsor of the email today now for a decade, Martin, and you are a very happy client.
Love Design Air. We had a great get together with Seth last week, and it was kind of fun just kind of talking about the family history of the business, how it all started, how it's evolved over the years. What a great story to tell, and the fact that it's still family owned. It does happen where there's success, and then an out-of-town company wants to buy your name, your brand, and then they carry it on, but it's just not quite the same. Well, Seth Goldcamp and family still own and operate Design Air. There really is a difference when you're talking about a company like that also works directly with their employees to make sure everybody's on the same page. You get a lot of upselling in this business, and Seth works with the team and says, we're not doing that. We don't want to add to the stress. If the air conditioning breaks down in the summer, you just want it fixed. And that's what they do. Furnish time, they come in, fix it as well without selling you something you don't need. DesignerService.com is the website. Set up that tune-up. You may have fired up the furnace already. I think most folks probably have. But it's still a good idea to get a tune-up before winter takes hold. Do that by booking it online. Support the sponsor, the longest-running sponsor of TMA.
There it is. Design Air, heating and cooling online at DesignerService.com. Get your furnace tuned up with Seth Goldcamp and his staff at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Josh Schertz, Robbie Avila in studio coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Doug, unfortunately, they're not happy.
About
a wide variety of things. The college coaches not happy. Former college coaches not happy that governors are getting involved in firing coaches.
Oh, gosh.
We'll have that for you next. It's TMA 101 ESPN. If you are thinking about upgrading your home, what about working on the outdoor portion of it and have it ready to go for the spring weather in St. Louis? Well, you can do that with Aesthetic Design and Build. They have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces in the St. Louis metropolitan area for over 30 years. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and I went out and got a chance to see Dan and his team. They walked me through all the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing. They specialize in custom work, full-on custom decks, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. You can see it at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, or go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, ready to take your outdoor space to the next level. Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Doug, what do we have here?
I'm not certain.
No Church in the Wild.
Is that what it is?
Do you follow Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry on the Twitter tweets?
Not like I should, no.
He tweeted out the night of the loss to Texas A&M at Death Valley. I think LSU and the LSU Board of Supervisors needs to rethink their actions to raise ticket prices for next year after tonight's showing. Then the next day, he played a role in firing Brian Kelly.
Oh, gosh.
Urban Meyer, who was grateful for Brian Kelly's presence in college football because that ensured that Urban Meyer wasn't the least popular coach, had this to say regarding the governor now getting involved in firing coaches.
The way it happened, the way it went down, where the governor of the state of Louisiana was involved, and once again, I don't know if it's, you can credit the writer and all that later, Rob, but you know, if this really took place in the governor's mansion and if the governor and people, other non-football people are making the decision, as a coach, that's an alarm. You know, the alarm just went off saying, wait a minute, really? You know, did that really happen, first of all? Because we don't know that until it comes out. But I did make a call to a very strong Republican, a strong friend of mine I've known for quite a while, and he is knee-deep in New Orleans and the state of Louisiana. And he said it absolutely happened. And I kind of said, why would he? Are the streets safe in New Orleans? Is the infrastructure set? Is the government budget? Are they as a government being? I imagine there's a lot of things on his plate, and now it's hiring and firing coaches at their state institution.
Pretty hard to argue with that.
Yeah.
You don't have anything else to be doing and stick your nose into the football team?
College football, man.
Telling you.
Weird.
But he didn't seem to care too much for the journalism craft. He's like, I'll let you credit the writer or whatever later. Like, he had no interest.
That was Ross Dellinger, for the record, who reported that.
It just means more, man.
It means so much more that Lane Kiffin. Does Hottie Toddy play this weekend? I'm crowdsourcing. Maybe I can go home tonight and see if I can find out.
Ole Miss this weekend, Tim. You're asking about this upcoming weekend.
Yep.
They do play against Shane Beamer and
your guy
in South Carolina in Oxford. Okay. 6 p.m. kick.
So Lane was on with Pat McAfee yesterday, and a couple of noteworthy sound bites. Let's start with this one. Oklahoma coach Brent Venables, who Lane Kiffin last week accused of stealing signs while at Clemson, said that Oklahoma was the better team on Saturday, even though they lost at home by 8 in a game that probably could have been even more lopsided than it was. Here is Lane Kiffin's reaction to being told of Venables' comments.
Your thoughts following the game? Coach Brent Venables said you felt like he had the better team. Just your overall thoughts on that.
Interesting take. That's a hot take. A better team. I wouldn't have thought that people watching would say that. I felt that we won at their place in weather that as a defensive head coach you would normally wish for, and won by 8 points. And I think we left a lot out there. I think we should have won by a couple scores. So I don't know how he evaluated that game, that they were the better team. I mean, we had way more yards, 21 first downs to 14, and we played 87 plays of offense, and they had 1 sack and didn't force any turnovers. That's a interesting take, but whatever he needs to say.
And also following up to road trips.
Maybe
to Georgia.
they had the better team last year too when we beat them. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Following up on the road against Georgia.
Maybe we had the better team in Oklahoma when we beat them 55-19 in the national championship. Maybe you had the better team at Clemson when we beat them 45-40 in the national championship at Alabama. Next question, my bad.
Doug, there he is. That's the Lane train.
Poor reporter just trying to ask another question.
Now, Lane Kiffin is the odds-on favorite I don't know who tracks this stuff. I just feel like these are just guys who don't really have sports books making up odds. But the odds-on favorite now to be the LSU head coach. And guess who the odds-on favorite now is to be the next Florida Gators head coach?
Florida Gators.
Eli Drinkwitz is your answer.
Oh, gosh.
Again, I don't really know how much stock to put in these things. With that said, Lane Kiffin was on Pat McAfee, as I said, and he was asked about it, and this is what he had to say to Pat McAfee and A.J. Hawk.
What Pat said there, just so you know, because you haven't known me very long, Pat, I've never made a decision based off of money, nor will I. And
Love that.
For a lot of people, they're just like,
What's
well,
that?
money and it does this and does that. I've seen too many examples in life where money does not buy happiness. So I am never going to make a decision off of money, nor do I care about it. And
It's good to have them.
Jimmy Sexton gets really mad when I say that.
He's got enough.
We got to get this. We got to get this. And I'm like, Jimmy, I don't care. And he goes, I do.
He said, that's why I'm here. Of course. That is why I'm here.
So he says he will not make his decision based on who is going to make him the wealthiest. Maybe he stays in Oxford. Jackson, you got to bet. Does he stay in Oxford?
Yep.
Does Eli Drinkwitz stay in Columbia?
Yep.
Well, all right.
I think
any coach is going to come out and say, no, I'm not going to where the most money is. They're all going to say that.
Yeah, but you just heard Jackie Paper say both are going to stay.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to actually talking about it, they're all going to say, no, I want to go where I can be happy.
Well, I think you can give the political answer, and then I think you can give an answer like that. And that had a little more to it, I felt like.
Yeah, I think, and the difference in money from a lot of these places is $1 million or $2 million. And don't get me wrong, that is a ton of money. But when you've already made X amount of millions of dollars, you kind of prioritize some other things. And if you're comfortable where you are, if you think you have a good NIL collective and a good recruiting base, and you know that you have gained a lot of equity in that town, you maybe aren't a guy like Brian Kelly who things go sideways and you get fired, even though your predecessors had similar records, or James Franklin, who had a bad 3 weeks and he's fired. Like, you might be in a little bit more of a comfortable situation where you have some more leeway.
You just look like a carpetbagger, too. You come in, like there's no emotional attachment to these people.
Right.
Hey, we threw enough money around and he bolted from another high-profile program, as opposed to getting a coach from a James Mattis, somebody who kind of paid their dues. I think when you take a coach from another big program, you realize he's a bit of a mercenary. So there is no emotional connection. You hope that they win, but if they don't win big enough, you have no problem within 2 to 3 years saying, this guy sucks, get him out of here.
And with the transfer portal and with the NIL money, it's no longer just a handful of schools that can get all the top players.
Right.
And pedigree yourself now.
Pedigree is like no longer like, at one point it would be like, well, you want to be at LSU so you can get the top line recruits, or you want to be at Florida to get the top line recruits. You can get them anywhere now. You can get those top line guys anywhere now.
As long as you got the boosters.
Now, I think that filling in the gaps, I think schools like Alabama and Georgia and LSU to an extent like having an advantage on that and getting the 4 stars to fill in maybe offensive line stuff, defensive line. But in terms of top line recruits, 5 stars, you can get them anywhere.
So you don't think he's going?
I don't.
Martin, what do you got? You make a play. Make a play.
Lane Kiffin leaving, Drinkwitz leaving. Are those the 2 questions in front of me? I was actually trying to look up who Drinkwitz's agent is because they all have Jimmy Sexton. According to AI, Drinkwitz does not have a traditional sports agent. He has All-American Speakers Bureau. I don't know that this is accurate. This is according to AI.
A bureau?
That's what it says. He's part of the All-American Speakers. He's got to have an agent because Jimmy Sexton represents all these big-time coaches. I'll say Lane Kiffin stays. I want to be bold and say Drinkwitz goes.
How about that? How about that?
You think in Florida?
Sure.
Is that right? Do you like or?
No, I just feel it's a 50-50 toss-up. I don't think he's 100%. I'm never leaving Mizzou. I think he may be looking around and say, gosh, maybe we can't get over the hump. Maybe we're just, and not looking in the mirror and saying it's me, but just saying program-wise, maybe if I'm at Florida, boy, I could get even better players, and then we could be the top dogs in the SEC. I think that's probably tempting as a coach to think that way, that the different program all of a sudden gives you a chance to win even bigger. I'm not saying for sure, but that's just a gut, Doug. A hot take.
Okay, that would open up the Missouri job for Brian Kelly, who can come here and win all my games.
Jackson, you don't want that.
No, thank you.
I don't think that's in play.
No. I'll say this. This is something that I think we can say with certainty. Over the next 6 weeks, Eli Drinkwitz's legacy in the state of Missouri will be determined. And by that, I mean either he goes, and a lot of fans, even if he goes to a program as prestigious with a track record of LSU, and I think people would agree that LSU is a bigger program than Florida, but Florida certainly has its prestige as well, assuming it wouldn't be like an Auburn or an Arkansas or something along those lines, but one of those in LSU, Florida, people will have a distaste for him. Or he says, I'm committed to being here, there are opportunities, and his stock skyrockets with fans, even if the season winds up, being an 8-4 year, for example, when it had much higher aspirations going into the Alabama game. I think it'll be excused in part by the number of injuries at quarterback, which, by the way, would be understandable. The kicker one, I do not wave off because I think it's irresponsible to have a true freshman as your only backup, but I don't really think that's getting that much attention. I also do not think, based on comparing with my SEC depth chart of kickers, which is the most pathetic spreadsheet I've ever constructed, and that's saying something considering the number of spreadsheets I've constructed. Jackson's seen my health chart. It's awe-inspiring that Robbie Meyer was not a highly acclaimed recruit. There was some guy named Bill who has a kicking school, and he ranked him 12th because Robbie went there. But other than that, these other SEC kickers are ranked by ESPN, by 24/7, by Rivals, and by a place that is known for producing kicker rankings and camps, and that's Cole's Kicking, and Robbie Meyer wasn't on there. So I think that was a miss by the program. With that said, as a longtime Missouri fan, the idea that you play 2 top 10 teams in a matter of 3 weeks, one of which is on the road, and I realize it's Vanderbilt, but they're a damn good team, and you are in the game until literally the last minute in both of those, that is a different time in Missouri football history. And so I have an appreciation for the progress that has been made. The next step is to start winning some of those games against top 10 teams. But when he got here, that wasn't even in play. They were getting wiped off the field. So there's progress there. And there's enthusiasm around the state to go down to Columbia on Saturday afternoons and evenings. That's progress as well. So I would hate to see that get halted if he were to go somewhere else, even though I would not consider myself a Drinkwitz lemming per se. You still, at least I see the significant amount of progress that has been made.
I mean, the games are must-see TV. It's really an event, whether you're going or watch. You're like, okay, where are you going to watch the game? It's become part of your weekend now. Who's Mizzou got? What time of the? Oh, no, it's early. Oh, no, it's late. We're going to your house. We're going to the bar.
3 years ago, that wasn't the case.
For sure. They've elevated the program. It's exciting right now to be in the mix. It's frustrating to never win those big games and get over the hump. That's the only thing I can think of for Drinkwitz, who is very popular, makes a ton of money, apparently loves Columbia, and has a good rapport with all of his bosses. Laird, Veach, Moon Choi. That's another part of it. You go somewhere else, you might hate the AD, might hate the school president, but it's probably a little bit tempting to go to a, quote, bigger program where you think maybe this is where I can really win big and be a contender for a national title. Because as a coach, what are you doing it for? You want to win. You want to win the biggest prize. If you think you can do that somewhere like Florida, then it's tempting.
I would hate to see him go because the program does have great momentum, and he's kind of a character. Love him or whatever you think of him. He's
good copy.
He's an interesting character. Yeah. They've been able to recruit some top-notch players. I think he can do it here. I think they're not too far from having done it this year. Just a couple plays, and it's a different season.
Right.
So I really hope they're able to hang on to him.
Tim, do you see any scenario where they would do not quite the numbers, but have a Signetti-type meeting and say, hey, listen, this is our guy. We've said we're tired of all this back and forth. We're going real long-term, even bigger money. And he hasn't won in the short term like Signetti has. But do you think Mizzou might say, all right, is there any way we can look at each other? Like Veach right now is saying, let's knock all this talk out every year. Like, let's do a Signetti-type deal, even though you're 20 years younger. Would you be interested? Do you see any scenario where that plays out?
Yes, I do. I do indeed. And I think it may be actually a better chance of happening because he is 23 years younger than Curt Cignetti. I also think that Missouri sees what Doug, you and Martin have just said, which is the must-see product, the enthusiasm, the investment then the school has made, what you see in the north end zone. I'm sure they wish they would have done more with the south end zone when they did it to have it kind of mirror what they're doing on the north side of it. And you don't want to get into, for example, the lost decade or so that Tennessee had, where it's a revolving door. You got a guy, you want the guy, you know you do. Let's make sure we keep him and we continue this momentum. And so I do think that, Martin, I do think that that is a real possibility. I think it's a great question, and I think you're right on target. I think that that will be the goal. It just comes down to the individual. And I think Lane Kiffin, for example, maybe a decade ago, he's gone. But, you know, I think he just might be in a different place. I don't know. Kurt, I know you watched that ESPN. It was like I don't know what, it was like an E60 on Lane Kiffin. Have you watched it, Jackson?
No, I have not.
It's really good.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's really, it didn't get a lot of attention. I thought it was really good. It was just kind of on a random Thursday on the SEC network. It's like a 30 for 30. And that guy, you know, he did a lot of it to himself. But the maturity he's experienced, not that this is the indication, you never know what people are experiencing, but, you know, he got divorced and, you know, had the famous Joey Freshwater name when he was out and about at the bars. And
because Cole Stryker was taken.
And Michael Vick had copyrighted Ron Mexico. And his ex-wife, they're now raising their kids together. She's moved to Oxford. I don't know if they're back together, but you know, he's just in a different place than the guy that was arguing with Al Davis and getting fired on the tarmac at, you know, LAX by USC. So it doesn't mean, oh, if he goes to Florida, then he's a bad guy. It's just what is your motivation? Eli Drinkwitz has 4 children. And again, you got to do what you got to do, and everybody's got their own situation, and we don't know what their experiences are or what their goals are. But if you have 4 young children, picking them up and moving them at this point in their life, that can be a factor. That's not me commenting on it so much as just looking at what the arithmetic is on a decision. Lane Kiffin, even though he's only, I think, 7 or 8 years older than Drinkwitz, his kids are older. I think he has a son who's a really good high school football player, but he's about to go into college. Drinkwitz has some young children. So that can factor in. But Eli Drinkwitz might go, yeah, I've got an opportunity to coach at one of the best places ever. I'm only 42 years old. You know, I think I've taken Missouri as far as I can take them. At LSU, I can win a national championship. But that was the enticement that led Brian Kelly to say, I can't do it in South Bend. I'm going to go to Baton Rouge. And he was the belle of the ball down south in 2021. And less than 4 years later, he's out of a job.
Right.
So that's the cost of doing business if that's the dream you want to chase. And in 2025 and going forward, I imagine the leash has gotten way shorter than it was when Drinkwitz was hired in 2020 at those kinds of programs.
Yeah, I think to your point there, like where Drink's at right now in Mizzou, he kind of runs the ship in terms of the athletic department a little bit. Like he controls narrative. He's kind of the big dog. At LSU, you are controlled by them. Like you are,
including the governor.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Urban Meyer there. All eyes are on you, and you do not have the same power at a place like LSU. But at the same time, the resources you have at LSU and the pedigree is unrivaled.
You know, a number of people pointed out at the text line when you're at a public school like LSU, you're the highest paid state employee. So a number of people pointed out it's not crazy to think a governor would be involved since it's a state-owned, run school. However, I think the tone of it is more of like a super fan as opposed to somebody in charge of an operation.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the point.
And if I'm not mistaken, they don't currently have an active president.
Yeah, they have an interim president who was the head of the agriculture school, and he's now serving as the interim because the LSU president moved to Rutgers. I guess that's a lateral move.
Schiano thing.
Yeah, he's big in Schiano and what he's building. Hey, we got a new sponsor here on the program, and we are grateful for their support. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, is coming to Missouri. On December 1st, you'll finally be able to bet on all your favorite teams and all your favorite sports. With FanDuel, there's tons of ways for you to get in on the action. You can bet on everything from the money line to overs and unders to which team will win it all. Plus, with live betting, you can even pick which player will score the next touchdown and the one after that. See for yourself why FanDuel is America's #1 sports book. Visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to download the app. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. You can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way on the Stiefel dossier at about 10:50. Buck Swope and Shooter McGavin, a heads-up battle here down the stretch in the month of October. And coming up next on our Stiefel dossier, Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila in studio here on 101 ESPN. You can watch the conversation on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila in studio. Next, this is TMA 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com, the website for your next vehicle. Doesn't matter your situation or your circumstance. They're going to get you into a new car. Little to no money down. Best rates available. AutoLoan Pro deals with 50 different lenders. That's how they get you the best rate possible. AutoLoanPro.com. Go online. You can also download their free playbook. And our friends at AutoLoan Pro are also reminding you this great event. Jim Olive was here yesterday talking about it. It's sending the 2013 AAA Blues on a trip to the Pee Wee Quebec tournament. They've got an alumni game put together. It's tomorrow night, 6 to 9 p.m. That's out at Centene Community Ice Center. AutoLoan Pro supporting this cause, the 2013 AAA Blues. Pee Wee Quebec is a great tournament. Sending a St. Louis team there trying to compete. Chaser's going to be there. Robert Thomas, Jordan Kyrus, Steve Ott, many more. Blues legends are there. Folks who played for the AAA Blues and ended up at this tournament in Quebec include the Kachuk brothers, Pat Maroon. It's a great opportunity, and if you want to support them, go to bluesnightout.com. Silent and live auctions online, bluesnightout.com. Stop by and see the game Wednesday night from 6 to 9. That is taking place at Centene, and it's in partnership with our buddy at Auto Loan Pro.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Jazz defeat the Suns last night in overtime, 138-134. 51 points for Lauri Markkanen, the first Utah Jazz member to top 50 points since Karl Malone. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson, fresh off of the update on the Utah Jazz. But if you are looking at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat on the TMASTL YouTube channel, you have noticed that in studio with us, the head coach of the St. Louis University Billikens, Josh Schertz, joined by Robbie Avila, and perhaps most importantly, the dish is back, Martin. Look who it is.
He's preening back there. He's actually looking at the camera, tilting his head.
You saw he was a little bit late. He was getting a haircut before he came in. He was running late. He went over to get his fresh cut and came in. He was 5 minutes. He's 5 minutes behind. So, but he's here. He made it on time. So fans get what they want. I know the fan base was clamoring. Last time I came without him, I got mad at you, Coach. The text line, I got a lot of hate on that text line about where was the dish. Get off my screen, get the dish back on. So, you do what you're asked, right?
And you did.
Man
you
of the people.
And you have the text inbox in front of you?
Yeah.
Does he have it? Yeah, that can be dangerous.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. I don't usually get on social media a lot, but I'm seeing a lot of stuff on there.
It's gonna deflate your entire person. Trust me.
Yeah.
Where Doug's trying to turn it off.
Humble man, a lot to be humble about. So it's this will just be right in my alleyway.
Robbie, this is a nitwit show. Just to warn you in advance. So be prepared for it. Welcome into the program. Great to have you in, joining Coach and the dish. Are you a big sports talk radio guy?
I'm not a big radio guy. I don't really do much besides basketball and really watching like TV shows.
What TV shows are you watching? Jackson will be very interested. He has a podcast called Movie Boy.
Okay. I like a lot of Netflix shows. I just watched a movie. It was called. I don't even know what it was called. Forget what it was called already, but it was with Mark Wahlberg on Netflix. He was
it's a great movie. I don't know what it's called.
He was a cop, ex-con, basically solving, a crime. But it was a good movie. But my favorite movie on TV show on Netflix is definitely Stranger Things, which I'm excited for the new season coming out.
Doug, Millie Bobby Brown is coming back. Doug and I are sharing a microphone.
That's
like we are the world over here.
Yes. Who's Lionel Richie over there? But Rob, you grew up in Chicago, and sports radio there is huge. But to me, it's like Bears year-round. All they talk about are the Bears, right?
Indeed, yeah. The Bears are definitely the hottest topic, whether it's, good stuff and they're doing good right now, or it's when it's down and, everybody's going to hate on them. But, Bears definitely take up most of the year, any type of radio.
And you're a Sox guy. If he was a Cubs guy, of course, we wouldn't be allowed in the room here, but you're a Sox guy.
I am indeed a Sox guy, born on the South Side. I think my dad was very lenient with, my favorite sports teams. The one rule was you cannot be a Cubs fan. And so there, I had no choice with that one.
Robbie and Coach just coming off a exhibition game you played in Bradley. And then the Iowa game, was it one of those you guys coaches are so weird. They got no cameras, nobody's allowed, and then the score leaks out. Why do they do that?
It only leaks out if you win, it leaks out. If you lose, you just deny the whole thing ever happened. So that's why that's the way you
go
do
to
it.
Iowa City?
No, they came here.
Oh, they came here.
Iowa came here.
That's how secret it was, Tim. I didn't even know it was here.
They didn't know it was here. No, it was one of those things where they've gotten rid of, it used to be that, when you scrimmage under Division I, there couldn't be anybody there. It had to be really a secret scrimmage. Those are gone by the wayside. What you can do is have it open to the public or just have a closed scrimmage. So it's a closed scrimmage. So, I know, when I got out of Chaffetz, I grabbed my phone. I didn't have to talk to text line lined up on my phone, but I was able to grab my phone, and immediately, as soon as I opened up Twitter, the first thing I saw was our score on there, and then I had gotten some text messages, and I was like, oh man, here we go. So they're not secret. I mean, we had some donors there at the game. We had some, I think women's basketball was there. You have enough people there that administration and stuff that, it's not going to stay secret now. But yeah, they came down. Ben and I have been friends for a long time, going back to our D2 days. So we were able to have them. We could get Dusty May on the phone. We want to get him on.
Dusty May is called the head coach of the University of Michigan.
We could get him
calling coach's phone.
How about that? Yeah, surprise guest, Tim. Yeah, surprise guest. We could bring in Dusty May, talk about Michigan basketball. Might as well bring him on. But no, so it was good. And they came down, played, appreciated that. Then when we went to Bradley, I actually wanted it open. I wanted us to play in a road environment and have fans, and I just think that makes a difference. So they listed it. I think they had 4,800 there. So it was a I don't know if that was the actual attendance it was listed as, but there was enough people there to make a road environment, and it was good for us. I wanted our guys to experience that.
You have 10 new players, so give us an example of that. Who was your starting five for that game?
For Iowa?
Yeah, or for the Bradley game, just for people listening, kind of get an idea who you're.
So Iowa, we started. We went with Robbie, we went with Paul Otieno, we went with Kellen Thames, went with Quentin Jones, and we went with Trey Green. And we went to Bradley, we went with Quentin and Trey again, and then went with Dion, Amari McCautry, and Robbie. So we've had 7 guys start the 2 games. Ishan Sharma, Brady Dunlop certainly could start. I've said, going back to the fall, we have 9 guys who could easily start for our team. They're really interchangeable parts. We in neither game did anybody crush 25 minutes. Everybody's played 25 or less. Our bench, which was a major issue last year, I think we had 51 bench points against Bradley. And
didn't Kunderman play a couple games? You were really lean by the end of the year.
That's Harry. Didn't want to mess up his head. No sweating for the dish. You can't. By the way, 90% of these texts are the dish. By the way, just so you know, that you're aware. People want to take his shirt off. I'll buy season tickets. Take his shirt off. So I'm reading these in real time. So just know that I'm reading these in real time, and they're coming in like this, nonstop. So we have to do like a dish strip tease before we leave.
The Cardinal manager sat down at spring training, and he sees it. He goes, "What's this?" And we say, "Oh," he goes, "Oh, can I read him?" We're like, "Oh, geez." And they're like, "Oh, you're cute as a button." And I'm like, "That's the text line."
That's the text line. There's a lot of people on there. Yeah, a lot of.
Yeah, you see the YouTube chat up there as well, Coach. So we got 2 different things going on.
There we go.
The text line and the YouTube chat. God only knows what they are saying. Doug and Tim look so cute together. Doug, isn't that nice?
That is nice. Look at that. Not just the dish getting all the love, you guys.
Robbie, what's your comfort level a year later? You came in, played at the A10. Wasn't your greatest year. What's your thought going into this season?
Yeah, definitely just getting used to, just the environment in St. Louis itself, getting comfortable in the new apartment, the school, getting a routine set. I think that was one of the biggest things for me, myself. But, as far as like getting in the league and, getting used to, environments of other schools and, it was our first time, traveling really for me to travel to like all those big cities on the East Coast. And so, I think I touched like 5 or 6 different states that I've never been in before. So, just, getting used to the physicality, I think, is probably the biggest thing, from, the guards to the bigs, I think up, 1 through 15, whoever was, playing for the other team, had bigger, stronger dudes than what I was used to in the Valley. And so just getting used to that is, I think those 2 things were the main things that I'm more comfortable with now.
We did the Fox 2 studios, I think, during the summertime, and you said you'd been hitting the gym hard and kind of really reshaping your body going into this year.
Yeah, definitely. My biggest goal was just to, outdo him. And so, I think I definitely for sure did that, talking with Jake, our strength coach. And so, we do tests and things and we do vertical tests. And, I think mine's like triple his, but, which is saying a lot. I know he thinks he's a high jumper, but he's not.
What is shots fired?
But anyways.
You're in your playing time.
Exactly. Put me on the bench. It's worth it. It's worth it. But yeah, no, I think the biggest thing was
no offense to coach, but I don't think you want to set your athletic prowess compared to a 50-year-old basketball coach.
It's kind of just a inner battle. I obviously want to, get the best, but I know I'm not going to be the best at, jumping. And so as long as I'm better than him, I'm fine. And so, it's a low bar, but it's good enough for me.
Listen, we strive for things. I understand that. Weight room, though, a couple areas. Weight room, definitely not. Pickleball, anything really athletic outside of basketball. Golf, he's good at too. He's a good golfer. So
is that right?
He's a big time. He loves to golf.
I love
is that golf. Right? What's the index?
Depends on the day. I'm probably. I shoot around, when I only play 9. When I play 18, the back 9 gets worse, so I tend to pretend the back 9 doesn't happen. But when I play 9, I usually shoot, between somewhere like plus 10 to, plus 15. On the good days, I'm like around plus 8. Nice. But, it's a work in progress right now.
When you hit it, I bet you bomb it, man.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I bomb it and it goes 30 yards right. Sometimes I keep it straight. But, definitely, we got a couple guys that get out there a lot, and so we enjoy it.
Coach, how about for you? I asked Robbie about this second year. It had to be a little bit of a whirlwind for you coming in. And what's the expectation this year? I mean, I think some of the preseason stuff in the A-10, you guys are right near the top. Yeah. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah. I mean, I think we have a team that, I never focus on, we talk about a lot internally, internal standards and possibilities over expectations. I think, when you expect, in the word expectations, expect, that's what somebody thinks is going to happen. I think we focus on possibilities, like what can happen. We have a team where it is possible for us to certainly win a championship, not just get the NCAA tournament, but get the tournament and win games. We have a team that has the possibilities to do that. Now, we have a lot of work to do. There's a million things we have to, scale as we go. You don't become a great team in October. There's nothing that, I don't know if we are the best team in the A-10 on October, whatever it is, 27th, 28th, whatever today is. But if we are, that's great. The only way we're going to stay there is keep getting better. If we're not, the only way we're going to catch the guys ahead of us is to keep getting better. So we talk about possibilities. Last year, the possibilities, we didn't have the possibilities probably of doing that. We had a good team. We didn't have a team that, I thought even in the summer, I was like, we don't have, enough this year. Certainly, we have the talent, the depth, the character. We have the work capacity, the competitive will, those things. But we still have a lot of other areas that we have to and hurdles we have to clear before we can become a great team. But certainly, it's possible that we can, like I said, not just win the A-10, but certainly can have a team that can play in the March and advance.
Billikens coach Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila in studio with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. And you can watch the conversation on the TMA STL YouTube channel. I love that honesty. I think fans probably love hearing that candor as well. Yeah. With your guys' success that you had at Indiana State, you know the makings of what it takes because you guys have done it. So, Robbie, I'll start with you. What do you see now that maybe you guys have that you didn't have this time last year, and compare and contrast it also to that team that had the success a couple of years ago at Indiana State?
Yeah, I think the first thing is just the overall chemistry from the beginning. I think one thing that I like to compare, from last year to this year, just how much we, talk more. Not saying last year wasn't, full bunch of good guys. Those are, some of my brothers, some guys that I'm going to, talk to for the rest of my life. And so we built relationships, but it's just we weren't more of a vocal group. Whereas, I feel like this year we have a lot of, different personalities that really come out within the locker room. I think it's, it started really day one, guys just, getting comfortable with each other, letting them, their own selves be out. And so, I think just that's probably the biggest difference between that I've noticed, early here between, this year's team and last year's team, just, how close we are, how much we hang out, whether it's, freshmen, the seniors, all the, guys in the between. I think we have a good relationship right now as a team, and I think it's going to just continue to grow, once we start playing games and, go through things together.
Coach, I think I've heard you talk about it, just how tough scheduling is right now, because they don't want to play SLU because if they lose, oh, no, we lost to SLU. And you look at the schedule, it's not as robust as last year, non-conference. What is that challenge right now to get some of these games?
It's the challenge is going to be more difficult for everybody, not in the P4s moving forward. the way it works, if you're at the highest levels, they're trying to play other P4s and, quad 4s. Right, so they're going to buy games. We don't fall into either one of those categories. What we do is you have to get good enough that we're in demand enough that people look at St. Louis as not a bad loss. So, if hypothetically Iowa, came here for a real game and we win the game by a big margin, that's not considered a negative for Iowa. I think that's where we have to get to as a program. People say, well, Dayton does this. Well, Dayton's got a, quarter-century track record of, success. We can't, just snap our fingers and say, well, we need to schedule like Dayton. We want to. We've talked about this. we'd love to play Mizzou, but we have to get to where Mizzou wants to play us. We'd love to play Kansas State. We'd love to play Illinois. We would have done it in regular season exhibitions. We didn't get it. Iowa did it, but wanted it behind closed doors. So it's not like we're avoiding anything. We would certainly do it. From my standpoint, it'd be great to have those games. But we gotta earn the right that people feel like when they schedule St. Louis that, hey, this is a quad 1, quad 2 game, and it's not going to be debilitating to us to not have it. And it's outside of Dayton, our league. Had the schedule worked the way it was supposed to. And we've talked about this. I've talked about on record. The MTE, pulled the rug out from under us in July.
Multi-team event.
Yeah, and we would have had, Grand Canyon, San Francisco, and Santa Clara inside of Chaffetz, which would have been the best home schedule in the A10. We would have had 3 teams in the top 80. Now, people get into name recognition, so for them, San Francisco, Grand Canyon, Santa Clara might as well be playing. But those schools are all, top 80 teams in the country. In San Francisco's case, top 50, Grand Canyon, top 75. Those are really good home games on par with high, and so certainly we'd like to get Memphis on the schedule. We're working towards that. St. Mary's, how many of those teams can we get and continue to improve the schedule? But the reality is, if you win the games in front of you, you're going to put yourself in position. This league is good enough. We have enough, we think, in the non-conference between Grand Canyon, San Francisco, Santa Clara, Minnesota, Stanford, to give us a chance. If we take care of business in the other games, CMOs, pick top of the how about the OVC, IPFW picked top of the horizon, Bethune-Cookman picked the top of the SWAC. Like, we have enough games if we handle our business. But what you want to do is create more margin for error. We have a very narrow margin for error for an at-large bid. We got to handle our business. And then the league is going to be, I think the league is going to be really up. I would project that, outside in basketball, the P5, our league will be the next best league in college basketball. I bet it's the 6th best league in America this year. Just the depth, how committed the schools are, the amount of money that's being spent inside of our league. I would out of 32 leagues, I would put money down. A10s would be the 6th best league in terms of net rating. So I think it has a chance to be a multi-bid league.
Now, if you give me your phone, I'll call Dusty May right now. I'll get the Michigan Wolverines to come to Shaka. I will shame him into it live on the air.
I'm going to call him and Shaka with you. I'll call Shaka as well. Get Marquette and get those guys on. Those are 2 of my guys.
Happen.
Love Shaka, love Dusty. Let's get it happening. But those guys, I think if we get good enough, hopefully, they play. But this year, I think is going to go a long way towards us establishing it. You saw it at Indiana State when we came and played in the NIT, and we had to play, 3 straight high majors at home. SMU comes in, Minnesota comes in, Cincinnati comes in, they get beat. Everybody goes, well, that's why they don't do it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Robbie, I'm sure you know how lucky you are to have come along as a college athlete, right, when you can get paid a lot. How has that changed your life and the life of your teammates? I'm sure there's some responsibilities that go with that, tax issues, that kind of thing.
Yeah, tax is the worst part, man. I've never paid taxes until then. Freshman year, I didn't make enough, so it was fine. But now that I've made more money, man, it kills me. But no, yeah, it's definitely a blessing to be in this era. I think, it's good for, college athletes to make money, and I think it's important. But, obviously there's a lot of rules that are going to come with it. There's still some, wild things out there with the money and the issues with that, but no, I think I'm just able to obviously take care of myself, kind of help my family out. I'm able to get things, I buy my family things. My sister's big on using my NIL money for her. She's a sophomore in high school, so anything she ever wants that's a little bit out of her price range, she comes to me, so that's unfortunate. but yeah, no, just
you guys have never been this close before.
Yeah, we're like best friends now. She calls me every day, and next it's a screenshot of some pair of shoes or something. But I think I'm just like I said, just blessed and happy to be able to be in this situation and kind of set myself up early and hopefully being able to continue to make more money in basketball.
Josh Schertz, Robbie Avila in studio with us here on TMA. We'll take a break, come back, have another segment, talk it over. Your questions are welcome. That could be dangerous to invite these questions, Coach Robbie. But if you have questions, send them on in. Text them in 314-399-9646. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com. Facebook.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, and Coach Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila in studio with us here on The Morning After. 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome back. It is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMASTL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, and it is our pleasure to welcome back for a second segment here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Billikens head coach Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila. And Doug, they're sending in questions. Some of them are two-part questions. Gentlemen, are you up for the questions here from the audience?
I know Robbie is. He loves a good question. He loves a good question.
You got to really be leery of the second part. That's what usually get you.
Yeah, the first part first.
Let's see what we got. We're going to hit with the hard ones right out of the gate, Robbie. I guess it's too late to ask about Robbie's favorite fries. That's from the Walrus King. He's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Do you have a favorite fry? Doug loves to break down guys' cuts of fries and such.
It's kind of funny. Me and a friend were on the phone the other day, and we were just ranking like top 5, fast food fries. So
you can pencil me in for that conversation anytime, bro.
I think, growing up, I've, eaten these fries for the longest time, and I still think that they're the best when done right. I go McDonald's fries 1.
I think that might be the right answer.
I go McDonald's fries 1. I really think when they're salted right, when they're cooked right, not when they're like soggy and cold and old. But I think when they're done right, I think McDonald's fries is number 1 for me.
Red Robin has bottomless fries. Does that mean anything to you?
No, I'm cool off the quantity. I'm more of a quality.
What about waffle fries? Where are you guys?
Martin,
I was going to say Chick-fil-A is probably coming in at my second. I love Chick-fil-A's fries.
You like a good waffle fry cut?
Yeah, I love. Me and one of our assistant coaches, been talking about this place, Small Sliders, for a little
new
while.
spot here, right?
And it's one of our teammates, Isaac Holmes. He kind of just showed us it randomly, and that's been my favorite spot for the last 3 weeks here. I love that food.
Nice.
And so they got the waffle fries as well, and I think those fries are really good too.
Yeah, see, Coach, you can't accuse the St. Louis media of being soft when you get questions like this.
These are the hard-hitting, this is what people want to know.
It's the important stuff.
This is it.
Exactly.
The dish eats no fries the way it looks like that. It's not able to stay.
How is all this fry? And they're looking at me and Coach. How are you not asking us?
Shouldn't we be answering the fry questions? The fries? I mean,
is your wife still banishing your post-game treats? I know that happened last year.
Yeah, she watches me like a hawk. But she does Robbie too. So
yeah, she gets me. She gets me too. Yeah,
Robbie gets the same treatment. So God forbid she brings in cupcakes for people's birthday.
She gives me like a mean eye and like knows that I'm not allowed to have one. I'm like, okay.
Got this one as well from the 618. Robbie, who were your basketball heroes growing up? Who do you use to model your play?
Growing up, my favorite player has always been Kevin Durant. Just him being such a versatile, player, offensively, a 7-foot guard at that point, being able to do pretty much everything on the offensive side. I just love watching him. I've been following him ever since he, went to the Thunder and, so on. Some guys that I model my game after, obviously, definitely Jokic, being a versatile big, being able to facilitate, score and do it all. And then another guy, Sabonis, he kind of the same thing. He does the same thing with offensively being able to do a lot more than just, pick and rolls and stuff like that. And so just a couple of those guys, there's a couple more, but, those three are definitely, some of the guys that I've watched the most.
What did you think of some of the nicknames that people gave you, especially when you were at Indiana State?
They were creative. I think, I think that just shows the creativity of the world. I think when I first came here to St. Louis, I think somebody on Twitter listed 50 nicknames of possible, St. Louis name. So when I got the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar nickname, obviously I think that's still the greatest one, but somebody came in and really was like Slew Alcindor, and so just the creativity of people is just awesome. I'm still pushing Rob Wave to be the biggest one, more well-known one, but I think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is going to still.
Do you have an eye deal? You got an eyewear deal now, part of your NIL?
I don't yet. Working on it,
nice.
But
opportunity here.
Yeah, possibly. So if anybody's got anything for me, I'm taking deals.
All right, we got a two-parter here from Vizini. The first question is for Coach. What is the best line that was heckled at you during a game? And then the second question is for Robbie. If you had to choose between the D-League and playing in Europe, which way would you go? Coach, we'll start with question one for you.
Gosh, I don't hear a ton, but I will say the best I ever, from a heckling standpoint, I was an assistant. We played at Loyola, Maryland. I was associate coach. My coach got suspended for a game. So it was what they called bracket busters. You guys remember those back in the day? You went to a road game where it wasn't in your league. It was just random. So we were at Loyola, Maryland. It was my first ever game coaching as a head coach. I've been the associate head coach. And so I'm bald. My head coach is bald. He's suspended. And his name was Bart Lundy. And the fans, because it was a road game in a bracket buster, didn't know who they're yelling at me. They're yelling at me, Bart, you bald, short, blah, blah, blah. And I thought it was great because they're calling Bart. I didn't bother me at all. I'm like, I should actually because they're just yelling Bart at me. And so I thought it was awesome. I actually have just kind of always thought that would be cool if you could just have some sort of pseudo name and then people are yelling at you, but it's not your name. It doesn't feel nearly as threatening, nearly as bad. So that was my first experience. And people, they were on me, but they were yelling at me. They thought I was Bart, so it was great.
That's not as bad.
No, it wasn't. It didn't bother me at all.
Robbie, the second question. If you had a preference, if you had to choose, what would the preference be on that?
Yeah, no, obviously I think it's going to be more of when the time comes, but I wouldn't mind, traveling Europe, playing basketball. I think, with basketball, it gives you an opportunity to travel a bunch of different places. I know he went on vacation one time. Was it Italy when you went on? And he's sending me pictures of Italy and all that stuff, and I'm a little jealous. But I've never been out the country, so I think that possibility would be pretty awesome.
Got two-parter here for you. What's your favorite course to play in St. Louis, and what's your favorite restaurant in St. Louis?
Okay, so I keep it very simple. I'm a comfortable guy. I like to be where I'm used to, and so I really enjoy the Highlands inside Forest Park.
That's Jackson's track, Robbie.
That's your spot. Yeah, no, I really enjoy. I go out there a lot. The Forest Park golf course in there as well. I do a lot, but I think Highlands is definitely my favorite course. I've gotten to know it pretty well. Sooner or later, I'll be birdieing every hole. Sooner. But one time, my favorite restaurant. I would probably say Charlie Guido's. I think I like that. I like that a lot. I'm a big Italian food guy, and so when I came on my visit, I went there. I've been to a couple dinners there with my family and stuff like that, and so I really enjoy it.
How about this one, Coach? How about this? Ask Coach, do you have the guards to play a press in the A-10? Because it's shown in the past that if you can get at least 6 turnovers a game in the backcourt, you have a 71% chance to win. That's from JD from the Central West End. How about this? What's this?
It's great.
I don't know if that's a realistic stat.
But you did the research. That's mathematics.
Six backcourt turnovers. I mean, is that live ball? Getting layups. If you get 12 points, I'd hope your win percentage is better than 71% if you're doing that.
We have a lot of coaches that listen to this show.
Yeah, that's true. Not a lot of analytics. Although it was Jason Fang for us bringing that question in. Our analytics guy. I think we can press. We have a lot of depth. I think we're gonna be able to attack both ends of the floor. Hopefully, we're playing offense when we're on defense. We're going to be able to be super aggressive, pick up the entire 94 feet. We got a lot of guys that can really slide. We got a lot of big athletic guards. So I think for us to really deploy our depth the way it needs to be, we have to play really aggressively and fast. Not just offensively, but defensively as well. So yeah, you'll see us pick up and press.
Wow, how about the knowledge of the listeners here?
Yeah, I mean, some coaches. Let's talk about season tickets here for Billiken fans. I mean, there is some buzz about this team and the potential in the A-10. How can Billiken fans go out and see you boys play?
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage everybody to get on board. SlewBillikens.com. Purchase season tickets. They're as low as I think $150. It has a chance to be a great year. I really do. I think we got a group that not only is going to be really entertaining, but has a chance to win a lot of games. And it's going to be some great competition inside of there, not just in the conference, but our non-conference games. We've got a number of great tests. We play 10 non-conference home games, so 19 games regular season inside of Chaffetz. We got a group that I think is incredibly ambitious. They work exceptionally hard. I think they'll be a group that's representative of the city itself. With the blue collar mentality, how they compete. It's a group that our fans should be able to really rally around. And I've said, I went to the Blues game 6 last year at home, and being in that atmosphere showed me, kind of a window into what St. Louis can be like when it's right. And I think this is the perfect time for us. This got a chance to be I think an historic year for our program. Get on board early, get out, see our guys, and and go all in. We'd love to see the place packed. I think it's I've been 2 different places, Lincoln Memorial and at Indiana State, and we started off with small crowds, and by the end, we're selling that place out, and we know what it takes. We got to earn that, but I think this is a group that'll earn that from our fans. So get out early, get your season tickets as low as $150, 19 home games. Yeah. It's a great deal. Be some great competition. We got a group, like I said, that'll entertain and I think win. So get out. Look forward to seeing everybody starting on Monday night against the Dish's alma mater.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's how it's advertised. I love the VCU game, the Dayton game. Those are both on Friday nights. It's kind of a tradition for SLU, having those big conference games. Those are fun. Those big, whether it's a blizzard or whatever. The Chaffetz itself is just such a great building, and there was about 10-ish years ago, and the Dish knows 3 straight trips to the NCAA. People are asking, hey, can you get me any tickets? I mean, that's the goal, is where people are buzzing, like, how do I get a seat?
Well, you guys remember, because I wasn't here, but all of you, I think, remember when they were, averaging 17,000 a night.
Charlie Spoonhour day.
Charlie Spoonhour day.
Insane.
So, I mean, the fan base is here. I mean, we're in a situation where, there's no NBA, there's no other Division I in the city of St. Louis. We don't have football. This is a sports town, not just, baseball, not just hockey, not just soccer, but it's a basketball city. I think there's a tremendous opportunity for us to capture our share of the St. Louis market, the fans here, and like I said, we how hard we play, how we compete, the entertainment value, success, all those things drive it, and we're on the precipice of doing that. We're excited for this journey, but yes, I know it's shown itself. It's not like I'm guessing. Like they used to get 17,000 a night. We have 10,000 plus in Chaffetz. That place last year was sold out for date. When it's rocking, it's a magical atmosphere. The Holman Center where I was at Indiana State, when that place was getting 10,000 in a night, which we did from January on. I mean, incredible environment to play in. We look forward to creating that same deal here in St. Louis.
I got
you covered Ed McCauley's era. What was that like, Doug? Those were big crowds. Peach Pass, okay.
Back then.
I would imagine, Robbie, when you get a chance to play in those kinds of environments, whether it be in Terre Haute or here, that Dayton game that Coach mentions, that's got to just get you fired up when you got a building like that, whether it's for you or against you, right?
Yeah, I think playing in those, arenas where it's like sold out, and whether, like you said, it's, at home where, got everybody cheering for it, it's away and you got everybody, yelling at you. I think just, when you're in those situations, it makes you want to, perform at your best. Yeah. And so I think, with the team we're going to have this year, I think, we're going to need to thrive off the energy at home with our crowd. And so, I think the more we get in and, play these, big games with, a lot of people there, I think it's going to be a lot more fun. And so I'm just looking forward to getting out there and getting ready to play. Like you said, first game's on Monday, and, I'm just ready to go.
We got one more question. It actually comes from inside the room. KG in O-Town sent the text in from back there, and it says, hey, Robbie, quick question. Is it a distraction when a member of the media calls you in the middle of a game? Martin,
this happened last year. I don't know how it happened. I think it was the Dayton game or the VCU. It was one of those Friday night games. And I don't remember why, but I was looking at my phone, and Robbie's number was in there because he'd done a studio hit with us, and I accidentally called you, and you're running down the floor, and I'm like, good God, I hope he doesn't answer like during the game. And then I hoped after the game he looked like just some random 314. So I apologize if it was upsetting or distressing and you thought you had a stalker, but that was me during a game calling a Division I basketball.
Martin likes to have the info right now. I mean, that's hard hitting news right there. What are your thoughts? A lot of times they wait till the media timeout. Martin says no media timeout. Let's get it mid-possession.
Coach looks over. I'm like, answer your phone.
I have a question.
Why did you miss the three? I'm sitting with Cousin John. He wants to know.
Will you sub in so-and-so, please? Yes. Exactly.
Sure, you might actually answer your phone if I can start calling you.
Call me. I'll give you some info during the game on what's going on.
So I apologize if that led to any missed shots.
Only if it's the Wizard of Crestwood would I do. Only if it's the Wizard of Crestwood. I would have some info. I would be able to coach better if I got that call.
Coach, I have to ask, with things going so well, are you in a position to demand a $50 million buyout like Ryan Kelly just got?
Oh man, yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing to get paid that much money not to coach. That's a lot of coaches talk about that. They say that's their dream is to get paid that much money not to have to do work. So it's a good gig if you can get it. Good gig. Congrats to him. But no, I'm not in any position to demand that. But I hope I'm one of those crazy people that I would want to work anyway. I know that's not normal. But yeah, I would be when people I won the Powerball or whatever. I'm just going to work. Yeah, I'm going to work. Don't tell St. Louis, but I would do this for free. But don't let Rich and them know that. But I would.
Coach Robbie, thanks so much for coming in. Fired up for the upcoming season. If people are interested in getting season tickets, like Coach said, 19 home games, including a great non-conference schedule and a couple Friday night games with VCU and Dayton. Go to slewbillikens.com, and the tickets start at $150 for the season. slewbillikens.com. Coach Robbie, thanks so much for coming in, guys.
Thank you all for having us. Always a blast.
Yeah, enjoyed talking with you guys. Thank you very much. We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN. Doug, I bet you like this.
Yeah, I always kind of like this, sure.
Nice. The backup vocals sound like the woman that Rich Gould was interviewing at that roller derby tournament.
Is this her?
Sounds like her.
Damn right I was. Yeah. It's TMA 101 ESPN show is also on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna is online at evergreen-ws.com. I wish I met that Mark Hanna about 25 years ago because I would have been on a better path with the knowledge that he bestows upon our listeners. How to budget, how to save, the magic that is compound interest. And he's just a really good person who customizes plans specifically to each individual customer. Evergreen-ws.com. That's Evergreen Wealth Strategies, or call 314-889-0503. Jackson, I know you've been working on a slogan for him as the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. Would you like to share it with our audience?
Well, how much do I like our 9 o'clock hour sponsor? That's Mark Hanna. Well, I work with him.
God, that's folksy.
it.
Yeah, it is folksy and easy to remember.
I guess it is, yeah.
Doug, you've got one as well?
I like him so much, my son went to work for him.
Yeah, how about that? Mark, we got to come up with slogans.
You and I need to live there. Old Hawthorne, home to Mark Hanna.
Live there, you get to eat Grassies every day.
Eat Grassies.
That is true. 314-889-0503. A phone call that you will feel better about your financial situation and life in general after you make it. It's just the way that Mark Hanna handles his business. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com. Fresh off of a couple segments here in the 9 o'clock hour with Billikens head coach Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila. I really want them to have success. I really do. And he talks about that time that was that, are we talking about 30 years ago?
Yeah, mid-90s.
Yeah.
Doug, you were covering, in all seriousness, at the old arena, right?
They used to darn near sell that thing out.
Claggett, Highmark, H. Waldman, Donnie Dobbs.
Oh, they had some great teams. And a lot of local kids. That had something to do with it, too, I think. It didn't hurt him at all that Highmark was Parkway West and Claggett was, Venice High School. And yeah, they had a good local mix. And they've had some local kids here, too. So if they could just get it together, I think they would catch fire and really become a thing in the winter.
And the coach's personality helps.
Yeah,
Spoon was
personality.
Spoon
Robbie was great.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Spoon was the face of the program. Schertz is a great talker, obviously. Majerus was a great coach, great tactician, but media-wise, there was some butting ahead, so he wasn't warm and fuzzy. I think the sad part with him is that he was about to get more comfortable because he built it up. It took forever. Then you start to win, and then he got sick. But I think the combination of a better team with a coach who's got a good personality, they've got a chance, I think, especially right now. The sports scene is a little quiet, so you have a chance to catch some people. I've never understood why sports fans, especially basketball fans in St. Louis, that didn't go to SLU always feel like, well, that's SLU, that I didn't go there.
Oh, really? You sense that?
Absolutely. I think it's kind of like, well, that's if you went there or your kids go there.
It's St. Louis's team.
I know, but I think a lot of people still have that mindset, and it's always bothered me. And I use Marquette as an example a lot, but they play in the Bucks building. It's 19,000. They get about 17 a game. A large portion of those people are just people in Milwaukee that like going to the games, that like the atmosphere, that love basketball, the hoop rock, they call it. And I wish SLU or St. Louis could kind of get over that hump. And maybe that's what they had with Spoon. People were just going because it was entertaining.
That's absolutely what it was.
So it's possible, but it hasn't been that way for a while. By the way, a lot of people wonder why Jackson was they thought you were in awe of the hoop rock. And Jackson did not have a microphone during the basketball segment.
Nope.
What would you have liked to have asked?
I had nothing.
No.
Spicy So is not happy with the show. About an hour left. How much World Series talk can we get to before talking about children with NIL deals?
Holy hell, dude. God, there's got to be a better way. Yeah, I'm going to stop myself.
There's got to be a better way.
I'm just going to stop myself.
Wasn't that a lyric? There's got to be a better way.
I don't know.
I'm going to stop myself.
Sounds like you want to get in the squared circle with Spicy So?
No, I don't want to get in the squared circle with anybody, but if I didn't like some, I certainly wouldn't constantly complain about it. That's for sure.
We did talk about the World Series for the first half hour of the program, and Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila in studio with us as scheduled. And, I enjoyed the conversation. But you know what I always say, Doug? Some people like some things.
And some people don't like other things.
Tim. Thank you.
But to each their own. You're welcome to complain, 314-399-9646. You can also just open up the YouTube app and then type in TMASTL, and now you're in there with Spicy So and Aggrieved Mizzou fan. And Walrus King and the Legend of Columbia is in there. Uses a lot of emoji. Emoji Talk is in there, along with Bourbon Bob and Kevin Gould.
It was a big phone call early hour. In the time of possession, Matt may have been one of our shortest ever.
Yeah.
It was like a 2-and-out instead of a 3-and-out. And then I think Pestis and the Legend both had a lot of time of possession, kind of like Mizzou versus Vandy, really controlled the clock.
Got to control the clock.
But we had some quick ones, too.
On the World Series topic, reading from Jesse Rogers of ESPN, the plan for the Blue Jays coming into Game 3 was to not walk Shohei Ohtani. However, following last night's festivities, that now is their identity. They will not be pitching to him anymore. So, Doug, that's that. He's just going to be on base every time he comes up.
Has to be a record to walk 5 times in a World Series game.
9 appearances on base or circling the bases, which ties a record, which surprises me that it ties a record unless that's an overall Major League record and not a World Series record. When the hell else could that have happened?
I don't know. Who else? Well, Barry Bonds used to get walked an awful lot, but I don't think he got walked 5 times in a game.
But 9 times on base.
Yeah.
I mean, it requires having a game the length that we had last night.
Yeah.
He homered twice, and one of the other hits, I think, tied the game. Maybe I'm forgetting, but he had 3 different moments where he had an RBI, and then by the end of the game, like, the hell with it. We're just, and they could have walked him in the 7th when he tied it with a home run.
That's correct, and that's what John Schneider said, Martin. He said it's not the easiest thing in the world to just walk him and face Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. I mean, that's what you got behind him. You got to really execute at a high level against him. I think the first couple games we did, I think that we executed pretty well, minus today. He's a great player and took some really good swings, but enough is enough. They are just going to walk him. So
yeah, I mean, if they end up winning this and he continues on his dominance, $70 million a year might not be enough. Like, truly, like, to be this good at this in crunch time. It's one thing to do this in May and June, July, but to do this in October is impressive.
If you're a $30 million pitcher and a $30 million hitter,
right? Yeah.
Last time he pitched was that Friday clinching game against the Brewers, where he had 6 shutout innings with the 10 Ks. So he's been off for a while, pitching wise, but there's just no comp for that. Tim, it's like Myles Garrett if he also played quarterback.
Nice. Whoa, hold on a second.
Right there.
I'm having deja vu, Doug.
Yeah,
What?
I've heard that.
I just thought of that.
It was good.
Last night when Toronto brought in Sir Anthony Dominguez there in the 7th inning to face Ohtani, John Smoltz was saying, now you can't throw him a strike. You got to throw it outside. Don't put it anywhere near the middle of the plate. And the first pitch was right down the middle of the plate, and he hit opposite field bomb.
Doug, you have a choice. You can bet $525 to win $100 if the Dodgers are to win the World Series, or you can bet $100 to win $380 if the Blue Jays win the World Series. Essentially, you got to put $500 down to win $100 on the Dodgers at this point, leading 2-1. Or if you think the Blue Jays can pull it off and win 3 of the next 4 games, you will receive 4-1 on your money. What would you rather do?
I guess I'd rather bet the Dodgers because I think they're going to win it. I don't think they're going to have... Well, I say they're not going to have any trouble, but these games have been tight, so... And they got blown out in the first ones.
Ohtani will be on the mound tonight, fresh off of 9 appearances on the base paths. Last night he will go against Shane Bieber, and Bieber, as Schneider said, was getting up and getting loose in that 18th inning. I mean, that's where it got to.
I would suspect Ohtani will throw a perfect game tonight and maybe hit
3 home runs.
Maybe hit 3 or 4.
Yeah,
if they pitch to him.
I just felt the way that the Team USA roster is built, they would have to outscore their opponents to win.
That's good.
You had Shane Bieber, you had Justin Bieber. They caught him doing thumbs down when Ohtani homered. He's, of course, rooting for Canada.
Yeah. I saw Jason Bateman there at the game. Koufax.
It's your Mount Rushmore of Jason Bateman projects.
I don't have
Jeff Goldblum.
I don't have a rushing.
Hogan's family obviously won.
He's just always got his sleeves rolled up.
Oh, he was in Ozark.
Well, it's just he's like always the boss of some place. Ozark is for sure on there.
Ozark, Hogan's family.
Up in the Air.
Teen Wolf 2 and Up in the Air.
I don't know about Teen Wolf 2, maybe not.
Oh, wow. Have fun in the text inbox.
Steve Carell was there at the game last night. They showed him.
Mary Hart, always there.
Always season ticket.
Very supportive.
Mount Rushmore of Steve Carell project.
Oh, I don't have it.
The Office, 40-Year-Old Virgin, Foxcatcher.
That's so movie boy that you say Foxcatcher.
And I stand by it.
What about the one in the van?
Anchorman, there
Little
you go.
Miss Sunshine?
Hard Pass.
Hard Pass, wow.
You got shot down there, Martin.
I'm just throwing it out.
Dan Aykroyd?
I was Foxcatcher.
What, Dan Aykroyd?
In Little Miss Sunshine?
No, they were taking the little girl across the country.
Am I thinking Driving Miss Daisy?
Yes. Jessica Tandy, who's going to be a surprise guest, I think, next week.
She'd be great.
Icky for sure has her
She
number.
likes to talk turnovers in the backcourt. That's her big thing.
What about Arrested Development?
Oh, yeah. That's got to be on the Bateman Mount Rushmore.
So you're taking...
I'm going to have to remove Teen Wolf 2, as hard as that is.
Have fun today in the text inbox. Wedding Tackle has texted this in 5 times now. He is not happy. Getting on base 9 times wouldn't require 18 innings. Numbnuts. Could just be a high-scoring 9-inning game.
Thank you.
Well, I don't like the fact that he texted that in, 5 times?
It's at 5 right now.
So he's been suspended.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and you're not allowed to text in for another 2 days' time. What was his name again?
Darn right I was.
That's Wedding
Tackle. You have been
I think
suspended.
Iggy played golf with him one time. Am I right
Wedding
on that?
Tackle? Yeah, I think that was when he was on this mini tour of playing listeners for money. And in fairness to Iggy, he was whooping some ass.
He was. Yeah, I think he played Wedding Tackle.
He was collecting some cash.
So, Doug, I guess you're going to play golf with Wedding Tackle and Robbie
I'm
Avila?
not playing, no.
You're
Well,
not
Robbie Avila, sure.
Well, Robbie.
Play at the
Boy, I
Highlands.
bet if he gets a hold of one, I bet he can hit it 500 yards.
Yeah, walk 9, he can get that done in a lot less steps than I could.
Doug, The Daily Show is on Carell's Mount Rushy. That's from the Unknown DJ. Martin, that was Jeff Supan's nom de plume, if you remember.
I didn't remember that.
Yeah. I think he would call into the morning grind
as the unknown DJ. Gosh, I didn't remember that.
Yeah.
He's been more active lately, Supan, on social media.
Yep. Yeah, he has.
I just noticed that.
Telling tales of the 2006 club. Let's see. Doug, that Mrs. Poole and the Hogan family. Va, 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 voom. What a dish. That's from Man Bay 2004. Okay. You may also know Mrs. Poole from her scene with Steve Martin at Lambert, now regional airport.
That's right.
In which he is trying to get a car. It's been a rough series of travel issues for Steve Martin. Neil Page, nice to meet you, Nick. And Mrs. Poole is on the phone, Steve Martin getting frustrated. And I believe she says, "Oh, Gene, you're such a stitch."
Yeah. She would also be then the secretary in Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
That's
right?
correct.
She was hiding pencils up in her.
That's correct.
He's a real righteous dude.
That's correct. Ferris Bueller.
Wow, what a career for Miss Poole.
And she's going to join us with Jessica Tandy.
Oh, my God.
Trivia.
Instead of Avila and Schertz.
She's big on the mouse in the house, like kind of prioritizing, getting that
She
ball,
would be the mouse.
posting up.
Yeah. And now, Martin, they're not happy again with a different topic.
No.
The Blues lose 4 in a row, and this soft, cuck-ass media ignores it.
Damn right. You're talking about Ferris Bueller. Talking about Pool House or whatever you were talking about before.
I mean, the way it works, I guess this is kind of behind the scenes of being a rights holder. We wanted to talk about it, but since we're the Blues rights holder, we were told we cannot talk about it. Instead, talk Teen Wolf 2, and so I'm just following orders.
And I haven't even seen the picture.
You seen the first one?
No.
Michael J. Fox could run the point like nobody's business, and they allowed Mick McCarthy to stand under the basket while he had to hit 2 free throws to win the game. And I always thought that was a rules violation.
Unfathomable. I would love to show Robbie Avila that scene and just
See what
get his thoughts.
You operate on the premise that he hasn't watched the film.
The hoops. Yeah, maybe he's
Teen Wolf breakdown.
really into Michael J. Fox.
Hey, Movie Boy, with it being spooky season, have you had a chance to do a one-on-one with Stacey Nelkin, star of Halloween 3, Season of the Witch?
Season of the Witch. I actually, I've been watching a lot of horror movies because I'm doing a horror movie podcast on Thursday. So I don't think Season of the Witch is going to get much discussion, but maybe it will. I know some people love it. But I'd love to get Stacey Nelkin on, talk it over.
Would you?
About that and politics. So.
Both.
Natural progression.
How do you find the time to watch all these movies?
He's got a Movie Boy podcast.
But it's work.
Did you just buddy him?
I know, but
no,
I
did.
I said, buddy, it's work.
I would. What do you mean?
How many? You watch a couple movies a day?
No. For something like this, preparing for this, I just watch a handful of scenes. I've seen most of them before that I would consider in like my favorites.
Okay.
So I just rewatched a few.
Is Gareth on this week?
No, learn.
That's big.
I'd say. Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
Horror movies. Our favorite horror movies.
Nice.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
And you say Saw. Saw
No,
2.
Saw is nowhere near. I can't watch that.
Is it just straight up gore?
It's called torture porn, and it's gross.
Torture porn.
I don't find it to be entertaining in the slightest.
What do you deem, teaser, scariest movie of all time? Or what are your Orlowski 7? What are your standards?
Well, this is like literally the entire podcast. It's which ones are going to be my favorite?
Well, I'm trying to get people excited to hear more.
The Shining is way up there. I wouldn't say it's nearly the scariest, but it's way up there in my favorites. I could watch that. As soon as it ends, I could restart it. That's how much I love The Shining.
You live there?
I would not live at the Overlook Hotel.
How much
It's a bad idea.
I would have to say The Exorcist. I know that's going way back before.
No, it's amazing.
Before movies had all the special effects that they have today.
Yeah, Bill
But back
Friedkin.
then, it scared a lot of people in the early 70s.
That was like the marketing of it was like people were passing out in the theater.
Are you serious? Well, I
that
wasn't
was
quite that scared.
But that's what they were using as like the marketing. That people were like passing out and like they had like a big warning not to see it if you had like heart problems.
Seriously?
And if you watch it
know
now, it doesn't have that same effect. But
No, because media's gotten so much more gory and everything now.
And the media is soft.
The media is very soft.
Didn't the Chucky doll seem stupid? But it was kind of spooky.
Child's Play, was that 1987?
I don't know the years, Tim.
It was just a little doll. Like, there's no way it's getting around on its own, but it did kind of, it gave you the creeps.
I don't like dolls coming to life and scaring people. That scares me.
Dolls coming to life.
Yeah, it's
That's one of your
freaky.
rules.
It's freaky.
Rules
Like
to live by.
with the face, like the polished face, it freaks me out.
Doug, he has time to watch movies. It's not like he's watching Blues games or anything other than Mizzou or NBA games. That's from Ian LePerriere, not happy with Jackson's hobbies.
It was said in a condescending manner, but it's accurate.
And then, let's see, is this Carlos Spicy who's not happy? No, somebody else is not happy. MD 2020. When are we going to talk about the Kansas City Chiefs of St. Louis? That's from MD 2020. He's not happy we haven't talked about the Chiefs win last night, Doug. They defeated the Commanders and Marcus Mariota pretty effortlessly.
15-yarder for Bill.
For Bill. 28-7 is your final.
Chiefs are back. Chiefs are fine.
Chiefs 5-3.
They were 0-2.
So Brian Henson will be covering the AFC Championship game at Arrowhead, or will they have to
Colts
head
got
to
a 2-game
Lucas
lead.
Oil?
Boy, that Jonathan Taylor can play some ball.
How do you do?
Tote the rock.
Proud member of the Southside Seamen.
Damn.
Along with Lamar Jackson, who appears to be making a return, and Doug is pissed because Tyler Kraft cost you your undefeated season, you and Mercury Morris.
Yeah. Who knew that Tyler Kraft was the best?
Tucker goes by Tyler. Like me when I was a busboy at Pietro's.
Tyler. The absolute best tight end this game has ever seen. They're just lobbing balls up there, 50 yards down the field. That'll be picked off. No, there's Tucker.
Yeah. Far cry from the steel curtain defense, eh?
Where were they? Where were they? Oh. It was tough. It was tough to watch. At one point, I was an 88% favorite to win. I was up by 60.
Those percentage to
Who
win
was it
things.
who beat you?
I think Tanner.
Tanner T.
Mm-hmm. Gosh.
What are you idiots going to tell me? I mean, us, what the Colts did last Sunday. Some of us rely on this show for our jobs. That's from Brian Henson, who covers the Colts, so he's not happy that we haven't updated him on the Colts.
He didn't get a final on the Colts game yet?
Oh. What did we do on our SEC picks? Because I think it was a disaster.
It didn't go great. I have the information
Because I got
for you.
Spread Zone tomorrow with Riz and Stalter, and after going 6-1 last week, I went 1-5 this week because my Mississippi State lock pushed after they blew the 17-point lead with 12 minutes left.
You went, Tim, 2-4-1. There was a push in that Texas-Kentucky, or the Texas-Mississippi State game was a 7-point spread. So Texas winning by 7 pushed for all of us there. So 2-4-1 for Tim. Doug also went 2-4-1. Martin 2-3-1.
Did I abstain?
What do you had? Two pushes?
No. He had 2-4-1. I apologize. That's bad.
Oh, you figured that it would be the same for everyone.
Bad
I went 2-3-1.
2-3-1.
Bad bookkeeping on, and then I guess I win because I went 3-3-1.
Wow, look at you.
Okay, the math makes sense there. Martin's 2-3-1 was a little questionable.
My bad. 2-4-1.
And then I saw, watching Scott Van Pelt's appearance with Stanford Steve live from Arrowhead last night, that this was the first time since 1985 that I think it was 11 favorites covered in the NFL. Favorites were
it was
11-2.
Public City on.
Oh
the
my
NFL.
God!
Yeah, it was.
I just want to warn.
Slate.
Oh my God! I just warn those who were profitable this past weekend to maybe set aside 50% of those winnings and just enjoy them with it. Don't go, ooh, I think I have this figured out. Jackson, I believe you muttered the words, I'm seeing the board really well a few weeks ago. And then all of a sudden, all hell broke
I'm no
loose.
longer seeing the board well.
Right. That is, like I said, it's been 40 years since something as square as that happened in the NFL. And I usually pick underdogs and nothing but underdogs in the NFL. So yeah, problematic spread zone episode for me. 6-1 2 weeks ago, 1-5 this past week. Oh, I'm going to hear about it from those guys. And keep in mind, we're at war with the Rizzuto show and the fast lane as it is.
Those are just numbers, Tim. Don't let them hold you that against you.
Thank you.
Boy, just such a bad slate in college football this week. Just piss poor.
I wish the weather were better. I would actually go out and do something with my family on Saturday.
I know. Well, rats. Another Saturday just watching football.
Maybe another spreadsheet from Daddy.
Yeah, on the SEC kickers.
What are you working on, Dad? Backup left tackles for Power 5, Power 4 schools.
I mean, the main ESPN game, 2:30, the premier spot is Notre Dame going to Chestnut Hill to face the 1-7 Boston College.
That is a little alarming.
How is that? How can that happen?
What's the SEC game at 2:30?
Georgia, Florida.
Yeah,
ABC.
That's a bad beat.
Yeah. If it was in Gainesville, if it wasn't in Jacksonville, then it would have some allure because then you could be like, Georgia has to go into that environment, even with the interim head coach for Florida, but it's just got no juice.
Texas, Mississippi State was 7.5.
We played at 7, Yasiel, so apologies.
It doesn't sound
you
like
don't have to apologize.
I didn't mean that at all.
No, you didn't.
Martin, I know you have onboarding. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Really enjoyed Coach Schertz and Robbie Avila. That was a wonderful conversation. Recommended podcasting on that one. And if you want a podcast, Doug, it's the Schaefer Door Company podcast, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is a Schaefer Door Company podcast. Schaefer Door is a company that's going to be right there when something happens to your garage door, whether that's at home or maybe you run a business and have a warehouse with big, tall doors. Yes, sir. Schaefer's experienced in those types of jobs as well. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. Schaefer specializes in getting right out there as quick as they can to make sure that your garage door is functioning when you need it to. They've got that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend for whatever reason. That's usually when they go. The business has multiple family members that work there. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you talk with an actual person when you call them on the phone, and their service techs are not commission-based, so if you just need a strut like I did, they're not going to try to sell you the whole door. That's what separates Schaefer Door from some of the other guys. At SchaeferDoor.com is their website, SCHAEFER, SchaeferDoor.com, or you can call them at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Sponsor the podcast. Always go back and podcast on the 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app, and of course, you can go back and watch it on YouTube as well. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Beautiful Scotland. For years, you've probably seen movies like Braveheart or some of these great shows that have been filmed there. The British Open played there, all the great setting, the breathtaking scenery. Now's your chance to go, and I'm going with you. Experience the seafood, the wildlife. I love traveling. I'd like to go to a new international city, modern cities that are also really vibrant, like Glasgow and Edinburgh. You're going to go to Scotland with me next summer. June 15th is when we depart. Going to be an awesome trip, and Colette handles all the details. Going to go to the famous castles, the Orkney Islands. I just started getting online and looking up all these cool places, the Highlands and Orkney Islands, and seeing what the Isle of Skye looks like. You can almost start to visualize yourself being there when you check out online these great cities. Just a fun trip, spectacular Scotland next summer, June 15th. Call our friends at Altair Travel to find out more. That's 314-968 9600. 314-968-9600. We'll also have a little webinar over the Zoom to go over all the details. That'll be on November 11th. That's coming up soon. Tuesday, November 11th. Flights, meals, hotels, local experiences. We're going to have a little cooking experience, a little tasting at a whiskey distillery. Looking forward to doing this with you. Call our friends at Altair at 314-968-9600.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues, Red Wings tonight here in St. Louis. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7:15 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Monster Mash was the return music in the previous segment. And now we're going with the man in black here, Doug. Folsom.
Today is Joaquin Phoenix's birthday.
Wow.
But this is Johnny Cash,
who he portrayed in the film Walk the Line.
Oh, everything's a movie with you.
Which I assume is good.
It's Joaquin Phoenix's birthday. I'm going to talk about it, but yeah.
I'm going to go 50?
Really good guess.
51?
He's 51.
God, this Doug Vaughn.
Got it. Nailed it again.
I can never.
Just feels good.
Win. Dr. Brandon Pryor is how I win. 100westdental.com. He's on Manchester in Baldwin. And you don't even have to call. You can just go online at 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability, and you book right then and there. If you do not have dental insurance at 100 West Dental, that is not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And they have an offer for TMA listeners that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. That's right, $1,000 off Invisalign. And if you're not sure if you want to go through with the Invisalign, then here's good news. You just go and talk it over with them, and they'll have a digital scanner that'll show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through it. That's the kind of technology that Dr. Brandon Pryor has at 100 West Dental. 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. We were joined earlier in the program by Billikens head coach Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila in studio. You can go back and watch that on YouTube or go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. And certainly spent a good amount of time at different portions of the show today talking about the Blues situation, which is a concern. And I think Brian Henshin, who is a columnist for the Indianapolis, is it the Indianapolis Star, Doug? Indianapolis Star Tribune?
So. Sounds right.
He says, regarding the Blue Note and the dweebs telling me not to panic, hopefully these points left on the table early in the season will keep those idiots cool in those hot summer months when we don't have hockey because they martined all over themselves at the beginning of the year. Doug, sit on my lap to calm me down. Thanks, Tim. That's from the columnist from the Indianapolis Star, Brian Henshin, regarding the Blues.
He's got issues, this fellow. He's got issues.
I like cookies.
Well, he likes the Colts and their showdown with the Chiefs for the AFC Championship here in about 2.5 months. Justin Falk says he likes the fact that the Blues get to play again tonight after falling behind by 57 seconds into the game. Here is the Blues defenseman.
It was good to get back in the game after this slow start, like you said. That's a sign of a group that was going to keep pushing, and we know where we're at. We know we have to push, and we have to grind to get out of the funk we're in. But the starts are definitely an issue, and we got to clean those up. And start of the third period was another. They got another one on us, so we got to be able to come out after intermissions or the start of the game and be much more dialed in on what we need to do to. You just got to create momentum. You can't be giving up goals, and it's something we definitely have to keep working and fix.
Okay. It's just so disappointing, especially coming off the dismal Cardinal season. To get right into the hockey season, we're excited about something now. I get to watch it every other night, and then nothing.
Well,
real downer so far.
Spring training will be starting up.
Yeah.
We'll be down at the picnic table.
Gonna have another great team in 26 for the Redbirds.
Missouri might get his head coach.
Well, thankfully, SLU is going to run the table.
That's right.
Behind SLU Alcindor.
You like that?
I like that nickname a lot. Or Milk Chamberlain.
Yeah. We were going through all the nicknames with Robbie as they were heading out. There were some good ones. Mm-hmm. Larry Nerd, Steph Blurry.
I like Blurry. That's a good one.
Yeah. Is Jackson excited for his Queen Mariah Carey to take over Saturday? It's winter holiday season, bitch. That's from The Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Is that when Christmas music starts? Is the beginning of November?
First off, winter holiday and give me nog or give me death.
I know.
You like nog, Doug?
Gleefully putting...
Give me nog or give me death.
I know.
You like nog, Doug?
Gleefully putting the lights up and the garland.
Timmy Christmas.
Maybe wearing a cute top.
Oh, God almighty.
You will enjoy some nog, though, won't you?
Sure, I'll have some nog.
I don't want the nog.
Why?
Oh, it's horrible.
It's just really sweet milk.
Terrible.
Hey, it's pretty good.
I think one of the greatest scenes in film history, and this can be dissected on Movie Boy. I don't want to give you show ideas,
No,
certainly.
of course.
Next to the baptism scene, The Godfather, and the oil scene with Chasey Lane and Jill Kelly and Kylie Ireland is cousin Eddie Randy Quaid and Clark W. Griswold, Chevy Chase, while enjoying nog in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Those are my three favorite scenes in film history. I believe he was bragging about his son working the tilt-a-whirl.
Is that when Snots? He's got a set on him.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about when that thing emerged from underneath the bed?
Doug, is that Panther from Somewhere
Panther,
Under the
I couldn't
Rainbow?
think of the
That'd be
name.
my Mount Rushmore. Yeah, he had his hair done up like alfalfa, which you really haven't seen catch on.
No, not like you thought it would.
Like one strand, like
No, it was greased down, and then at the very back, it's
one of the creepiest haircuts I've ever heard in my life. Look like a human Teletubby.
I think you're being mean to people who have that haircut, though, now.
Do people have, do you think that's going to make a big comeback, the alfalfa cut?
It could.
Was there a little kid on the Little Rascals named Alfalfa? Is that it?
Yes.
Nice show prep, ass.
Yeah, sorry. I was born in 1998.
Kenny was like murdered as a young adult.
Really?
Yeah.
How's that surprise guest idea?
The actor.
Hey, Tim, can you make a spreadsheet of backup goalies in the NHL? Doug, if he tries to make another spreadsheet, reach across and slap him right in the face. It's from Steve in Wildwood. I feel good about my spreadsheet. Had a guy email me yesterday about he was appreciative. I guess somebody clipped off that segment.
Uncle Danny.
And I'm asking this respect. Is Uncle Danny got a
big Mizzou fan?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, but he uses his real face and everything, so he's not like a brother.
No, I saw I had a bunch of mentions on the Twitter tweets where, Doug, as you know, I'm a GIF depot and not real active. But I guess Uncle Danny, I don't know if he was being serious or facetious. You appreciated
being kind, yeah.
Well, God bless Uncle Danny. That I went in and because I realized it's like, okay, we're going to complain about who the backup kicker is. Well, yeah. It's important. I realize the chances of a kicker getting injured are, God, how often do you think it happens? One out of 50?
But it happens more than you think.
But then in addition to that, kickers can run into kind of like what we're seeing with Joel Hofer. You can get some yips.
Yeah.
And you need, last year I remember Texas in the college football playoff with Aubrey, right? I think that's who it was. Was it? I don't know. Either way, the kid transferred, I think, to Auburn now. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. But they went with a different kicker. It can happen. And if your backup, A, is a true freshman and is your only backup, and B, is not highly rated, he wasn't highly rated coming out of high school. The way that it was sold when he signed is he's a 5-star, but you can find a bunch of different sites. It was not a reputable site. I don't know where the guy came from.
Right.
I really don't. And if he doesn't have the leg strength that they weren't going to use him to kick balls that were 40-yard field goals against South Carolina, that's the one thing that if you're a kicker you can do. You can at least kick it far. Then you got to get into the accuracy and getting over the nerves. That's a problem. That's not on the officials.
High school kickers kick 40-yard
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I mean, Justin Gage's son for CBC, he can bomb it as a kicker, right?
Right. You'd think to be a 5-star, you'd have to at least
but
make
he's not.
150.
That's what my whole point in doing that research was.
Right.
And again, it's pathetic. This is not like I did the show prep. It's like, what am I doing with myself? Trust me, if it was a nice day, I never do this. But I'm like, then as I'm going, God, everybody who signs with an SEC school was like top 10 according to 24/7 or ESPN or Cole's Kicking School, which is like a really reputable one. Robbie Meyer, and it's nothing against Robbie. but it was like Chris Sale or something like that. I don't know if it's the Red Sox pitcher.
Chris Sale's now.
Braves pitcher.
Yeah, place kicking expert.
No, but it's something like Sale's kicking thing. And it's like, we worked with Robbie. We really like him. And that was what was cited as that was it. He wasn't right. And then we had the dad whose son was a kicker and said, hey, we all kind of know each other because these kids come up together and they go to these camps. None of us had really heard about him. And on top of it, I'm just telling you, it's really weird for an SEC school to have a true freshman as a backup in this era when there's so many kids bouncing around, and it means so much that Missouri left themselves exposed. And this was before he missed the kick against Auburn and before he missed the kick against Vanderbilt. That's a miss. That doesn't mean Eli Drinkwitz is bad. It's just an observation that you can't put yourself in that spot. Right. Because the truth is, if Missouri really had a legitimate kicker, if Blake Craig doesn't get hurt, there's a chance that they're undefeated right now, as dumb as that sounds. That I don't think they belonged in that game with Alabama, but there they were. They definitely belonged in the game with Vanderbilt and probably should have won the damn thing. They could have lost though to other teams like Kansas, South Carolina, and Auburn. But that's the reason why I got into that. Anyway, it's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. You can watch the program on YouTube. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming up here on TMA. It's October, and this is when weather really starts to shift. The mornings are crisp, the evenings are cooler, and before long, those chilly fall breezes will turn into full-blown winter winds. If your home's already feeling drafty or your energy bills are creeping up, now is the time to do something about it before the cold really sets in. And Universal Windows Direct is making it easier than ever with an October deal that's packed with value. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free with no limit. Plus, enjoy 0% interest for 3 full years, and to top it off, get an extra $500 off your entire home improvement project when you schedule this month. So while you are swapping out your wardrobe and breaking out the jackets, go ahead and prep your home for colder weather too. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Buy 2, get 2 free, 0% financing for 3 years, bonus $500 off. You'll be glad you did. And just like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Doug, you and I decided we were just going to start screaming a few years ago to try to get a job on ESPN or FS1.
Tried it.
And right now, Chris Russo is just berating the camera.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and you know what he's mad about?
What?
Boosters making decisions in college football.
Okay.
Let's fire James Franklin. Let's pay him off $49 million. We got the guy down in Arkansas. Already had a bad game against
The guy down in Arkansas. Show prep. Yeah, they're not happy on ESPN about boosters making decisions. That's what Urban Meyer was saying yesterday on his podcast, that the governor of Louisiana got involved to fire Brian Kelly. You know what? I have to say this. You sent the link about the offensive coordinator. Is it Joe Sloan who got let go?
Yeah, right.
You know what? Brian Kelly, perhaps with the lowest approval rating of any of the big-time college head football coaches, to his credit, he sat there with the athletic director, and what wound up getting him fired, contrary to what people I think would assume, was the fact that Woodward, the athletic director, wanted to fire Sloan, and Kelly wouldn't let him do it.
Yeah. I think that seemed to be like, I was like, all right, I think LSU is going to like clear out all their coordinators they can, Blake Baker included, and then eventually fire Kelly. But Kelly, I guess, was like, I'll just go down.
He said there are other coaches who deserve to lose their jobs. Sloan does not. And then Woodward got pissed at him, and the governor got involved, and out he went.
I'd feel worse for the coaches if they weren't making ridiculously stupid money. I mean, there is really no victim in any of this.
But
when you
he
walk
does
away
have
with
to make
millions.
a house payment.
Well, he can make 5 or 6 house payments and pay cash, make one-time payments.
And the AD at LSU is the same AD that hired
Jimbo Fisher and did the buyout of Jimbo Fisher. How about that, Doug?
Yeah.
The parachute man.
It's just hard for me to weep for somebody.
I heard on the Game Day podcast that AD and Fisher have a good relationship. Maybe they run it back together at LSU.
Cut him a check for $60 million. I'd have a great relationship with that person, too.
It's not a bad deal. You can get involved. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We got that design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day coming up here in about 10 minutes on the program. The Colonel, Gabriel P.D. Armand, is presented to you on Mondays and Fridays by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He is online at carltoninsurance.net, and you can call there right now and talk it over with him at 314-961-4800. 2 minutes, I would tell you. About 2 minutes is how long you'll be on the phone, letting them know your situation. Then they type in the numbers, and then they get back to you and let them know how much money they can save you. Jamie Rivers did that a few weeks ago, and Jamie Rivers is now saving thousands of dollars since making the switch. I cannot say enough good things about James Carlton and how much peace of mind you have when you are working with him and his staff in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. The program's called TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais while Martin deals with onboarding. About a 2-year process for that. And Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. The showdown between Buck Swope and Shooter McGavin for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day coming up on the program. Earlier, Josh Schertz and Robbie Avila in studio. A lot of conversation on the Blues issues, Joel Hofer's issues, and the team attempting to get right tonight against the Red Wings, which you will be able to catch right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame 6 p.m. puck drop 7:15, and a classic last night in the World Series. Doug, it ended around 2 a.m. St. Louis time.
I believe so, yeah.
6 hours. Shohei Ohtani on base 9 times. And Freddie Freeman with another walk-off home run. The Dodgers now with 4 World Series walk-offs in the last 40 years. Can you name them all? And they all took place at Dodger Stadium. You got to do show prep. All 4 of the walk-off home runs to win World Series games taking place at Dodger Stadium in the last 4 years.
Well, Freeman
40.
Freeman has the last 2, right?
There you go. So we're halfway home already. Let's go. You can do this. This is your time. This is your time.
Dodgers.
Up there, it's their time. Down here, it's our time. Sean Astin, the Goonies.
Dodgers World Series walk-off home runs. No other home runs are jumping out at me.
Oh,
Was it
my God.
recently?
It's one of the most famous.
Oh, Kirk Gibson.
Yes.
Kirk Gibson.
The other one's going to put you to the test, but it's within the last decade.
Did you say the last decade, Tim? Okay. I may need initials.
M.M.
Mickey Mantle. M.M. Mike Morrison. I didn't know he played for the Dodgers.
Mike Marshall did.
Yeah, second letter, first name.
A.
Mark Milton, the tax guy?
STLTaxLawyer.com. Had the Halloween party on Friday.
I did, yeah.
ILL.
It was ILL all day.
Third letter?
X.
Max Muncy.
Yes!
See, that was easy. Okay.
Didn't you even say that at the beginning of the show?
I did.
Yeah,
It's also a
brought up.
comprehension test. So it's show prep and also kind of like looking back on our work. It's like the drops of the week except in the show.
It's another 18-inning game, Doug.
Yeah, 2018. Sox, the only game the Dodgers won in that series against the Red Sox.
All right.
Fun facts, no and tell. Men, have you or your family seen a change in you? Not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love? Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older or work stress or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone's calling it quits and you never got the memo. Mentality can help you change that. I've been out there. I got tested. It was super easy, in and out in 20 minutes. Friendly staff, plus they test your free testosterone, and not all places do that. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling something's off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. That's mentalityhealth.com. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues, Red Wings tonight, right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7:15. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in this segment. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Doug, you know anything about Design Air? Because I think we had some libations with Seth Goldcamp last week.
Yeah, fabulous guy, great family company, been around so long, since 1904. That's the company that you're going to need to call if you have any kind of HVAC problems, whether it's in the summer or now as the weather's changing. When you hit that furnace, you're going to want it to come on and heat up that house. And if you haven't had regular maintenance, who knows what you're going to get. So I would suggest you call Design Air for regular maintenance. But if you haven't done that and something goes wrong, they'll get right out there and get you taken care of too. They got a lot of trucks on the road, so no matter where you live in the St. Louis area, Design Air can get to you very quickly. They are, of course, home of the handsome repairman. They feature Larry, the Silver Fox, and the dashing Steve, the bold and daring Adam, all of them, just fabulous technicians.
Daring.
I didn't know
he's
about this
bold and daring.
Adam.
You stick your head in the furnace, you got to be a little bold, a little daring, and they're also working with electricity. So these guys know what they're doing. A lot of their technicians been around a long time, and they are just absolutely fabulous. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. I've used them many times. They're just absolutely fantastic. So visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And what a showdown we have here as we head down the stretch in the month of October. Shooter McGavin and Buck Swope. I mean, here we go, Doug. I mean, okay. Shooter McGavin's got 5 wins. Buck Swope has 4. This is fun. This is fun because Shooter McGavin
it's a blast.
Shooter McGavin has a magic number of 2. That was a rough one, I say to my wife's father, Bill, as we both enter the Scott Trade Center men's latrine after the second intermission.
Oh.
I placed my arm against the wall to engage the thrusters in my pelvic floor.
Why? You're going to fall over if you don't put your arm forward against the wall. That drives me crazy.
Why are you looking at guys at the urinals?
Yeah, just manufacturing leverage.
Sometimes you're in line, you can't get there, and the guy in front of you's got us leaning against the wall. The only thing worse, just the guy who has to drop his pants completely.
Like a toddler?
Yes.
His golden brine warmed my soul, my inner thigh. Tinky, tinky, nice and stinky, Doug. That's from T. Terry, T.T. Boy.
Just awful. T. Terry, T.T. Boy. Just awful.
Guys, Plops here. I've got my costume all set. For the 4th year in a row, I'm going as a scantily clad but spiritually sound DILF deacon. I'm headed out to pick up candy to give out on Friday, and it begs the question, what's the best Halloween treat to receive? Doug, if you had to choose only one of these to get on Halloween, what would it be? A, Snickers. B, Reese's Pieces. C, Snickers. D, 30 minutes of role play and passion with Gary, the current head of the Atlantic Association, who's rumored to wear thong underwear. Or E, tent passes to the Mardi Gras tent that expired in March of 2019, but just arrived in my mailbox for winning email today. Let me know because I want things to be right. That's from Misty Plops.
Gosh. Misty Plops.
You didn't answer the question.
I guess the Snickers I'd take over the other prizes.
The tent in 2019 was a pony.
I don't want that.
Reese's Pieces are pretty good.
I've never been a huge fan.
Really? All right.
I like the regular old Hershey bar.
E.T.?
Just a plain old regular milk chocolate Hershey bar.
I also love that.
Can't beat that.
Yeah.
Hey, boys, long-time listener, first-time accountability partner. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Spicy Sal for bravely holding the dais' feet to the fire, while the rest of us simpletons were content to enjoy 4 hours of unstructured nonsense and roofing ads. Spicy stood tall, demanding integrity, focus, and more baseball talk at 8:10 on a Wednesday in October.
Tuesday.
But But as Doug always says, we got to fill the time. Like backup kicker discourse, like Jackson's sighs echoing through the YouTube feed, like a grown man live tweeting his disappointment that his favorite free show didn't adhere to his internal content calendar. So thank you, Spicy, for reminding us that some things are bigger than sports. Doug, that's from Riot's dad.
Riot's dad.
You guys know that not a lot of things have been going great for me recently. All my favorite teams have hurt me bad. I want to have the confidence of Jackson calling his shot today with announcing that he was going to bed an adult star or Pestis on his unrelenting campaign trail, or maybe even the guy who dropped 200 pounds by avoiding double fisting steaks, but somehow that still doesn't stop him from calling the day as to ask where to find a good steak. All in celebration of his upcoming book where he tells people simply to swim. I guess my point is that I didn't like it when the governor stepped in to have me removed as a CYC soccer coach, and I don't like seeing Louisiana State do it at the college level now. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Spreadsheets. It was nice to see Ohtani tip his cap at 2 a.m. to Tim's dedication to the collegiate kicker analysis.
Shooter McGavin.
And finally, one of my low-key favorite parts of the show is when Libby Jack provides an Insta-call answer to a completely subjective question involving events that occurred years, if not decades, before he was born, and he delivers with the naked confidence that everyone else is dumb for not agreeing with him. Of course, the GOAT of GOATs has to be Gretzky. Never mind that Libby Jack flaunts his ignorance of the sport that he played, or that Gretzky retired the year Libby was born. He knows that Gretzky owns all the records, well besides the one that Alexander Ovechkin broke a few months ago. Ours is the type of...
I talk hockey, I don't even get credit for it. I try mentioning hockey. I like the most universally accepted take that Wayne Gretzky is the greatest, and I'd still get crapped on.
Yeah, sure.
Ours is the type of presentation where some guy named Matt, who apparently hasn't watched an extra inning postseason game in years, feels free to drop in at any time to make an ass of himself, asking a question on air that Google would have been able to answer minus the public humiliation. Up next, we got the legend in his own mind who never gets talked about on this show except when he's being called out for berating Columbia area restaurant hostesses, and he's really committed to this unfunny bit about steaks before pivoting to his weight loss book nobody wants to read. Hey, we get it. You're on Ozempic, guy. After waiting on hold for months on end, Pestis finally was allowed back on the air, and he wants to know where he can pick his trophy that doesn't exist up. Trophy or not, Pestis let us know he'll be coming by the station, so Libby Jack better swing by 5 below on his way to watch Knicks Bucks and O.B. Clark's tonight and pick out something nice. That's some Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Lady's Breast. And Doug, that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email.
I feel it's between Buck Swope and Riot's dad. I'm going to vote for Buck Swope.
See, that's where I disagree. I'm going T-Terry, TT Boy.
I liked Riot's dad.
Wow, man, I've never had a more important vote in my life. I really appreciated Riot's dad's work. I mean, I can't tell if Spicy Sow is a character or if he's real.
I don't know.
And that's what makes him brilliant,
genius,
I have to say. But I thought Buck Swope had the best email. Buck Swope has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. And now we have a tie with 3 days left in the month of October. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.